All right. Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us today at the US-Iceland Clean Energy Summit. My name is Reed Blakemore. I'm the acting director of the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. We're excited to be here at the House of Sweden, co-hosting the US-Iceland Clean Energy Summit to convene transatlantic government leaders, businesses, and civil society groups to discuss opportunities to strengthen international cooperation to achieve climate goals, highlight recent advancements in clean energy, and explore technological solutions to accelerate the energy transition. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, HS Orca, Landsvirkjun, and On Power for their gracious support in making this event possible. I'd also like to thank our partners, the Embassy of Iceland in Washington, D.C., and Green by Iceland for co-organizing this event with us. And in particular, I'd like to thank Ambassador Ellertsdottir, Ragnhildur Arnardsdottir, Kama Thordardsson, Einar Hansen Thomason for helping put this event together. When we embarked on this partnership nearly a year ago, the context under which we were organizing a clean energy summit that was looking to deal with accelerating climate action has changed dramatically with an invasion of Ukraine and Europe's energy heartland. And most recently, just last night, an escalation in that conflict that I think changes how we're thinking about these issues without limiting the urgency to accelerate clean energy deployment. And I think this is a great way to discuss that. Frankly, we're going to leave a lot of that discussion to our speakers today, and we have a great lineup for you. There is so much opportunity to accelerate and strengthen transatlantic efforts to each of these ends. And so I'll get off the stage, but before I pass it over to my colleagues, I'd like to get some brief logistical reminders out of the way. First, we have a very large crowd, which is great to see. There is, if you can't find a seat throughout the day, there is overflow seating downstairs that has a live stream. So do feel free, if you can't find a seat, to head down there. And I'm sure as we take breaks, you'll be able to find a seat in the main plenary. On a broader note, all our panels today are public and on the record. You can follow us on Twitter at AC Global Energy and use the hashtag OurClimateFuture and Green by Iceland to follow the conversation. There will be audience Q&A following most of our panels today, and our in-person attendees will be able to ask questions. However, if you're watching online via YouTube or Twitter, unfortunately, we will not be able to take your questions. Additionally, I'd like to briefly thank a number of staff from the Atlantic Council who were integral in putting this event together, including Maya Sparkman, Katie Kenny, Lacey Bowen, Rebecca Meacham-Nance, Alexander Delvecchio, Graham McGillivray, Kathy Butterfield, Alina Carpin, Jasper Gallardi, Patty Ryan, and Amaya Hadap. It takes quite an army to pull one of these events together, and so without them, I'm sure we wouldn't be enjoying the conversations we hope to have today. So with that, I'd now like to turn it over to Peter Oskarsson, CEO of Business Iceland. Peter, over to you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome all. Gives me great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Business Iceland and Green by Iceland here to the House of Sweden, temporarily, of course, House of Iceland and the United States. We have an exciting day ahead of us and discussing the challenges and the opportunities in energy and green solutions. As many of you know, Icelanders have been using renewable energy for over a century. Today, we are powering all local electricity and district heating needs from renewable geothermal and hydroelectric resources. By harnessing energy resources, Iceland has dramatically increased its quality of life and created tremendous opportunities for energy-intensive industries to produce goods more responsibly and sustainably. But we have not assembled here in the nation's capital today to discuss the past. We should learn from history, but we must now look to our climate future, since no country or government is an island when it comes to climate issues. We will all need to work together. So today we bring together policymakers and industry leaders. This is extremely important, considering the challenges we face. The solutions will come from a collaborative effort of entrepreneurs, initiatives and leadership from the private sector with the support and collaboration of the public sector. Icelanders have experienced firsthand the benefits of utilizing renewable energy. This has resulted in a thriving knowledge industry with Icelandic companies being used, Icelandic expertise being used worldwide on geothermal and hydro projects, and more recently for carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Many of these companies are with us here today. Finally, I would like to thank the Atlantic Council and the embassy, our embassy here in DC, for the tremendous cooperation in organizing this exciting dialogue on our common climate future. And of course, the entire team of speakers and panelists who will be sharing their insights with us here today. Let today be an inspiration on how we can collaborate towards a greener and even more prosperous future. And now we have some message from Mr. David Livingstone.
Hello. Thank you for having me, and thank you everyone for joining this important conversation. It's terrific to see partners from around the world gathered here today, especially our friends from Iceland, to discuss strategies that can accelerate the energy transition while bolstering energy security. I'm sorry I can't be with you today. I'm in Pittsburgh for the Clean Energy Ministerial, having just wrapped up a visit with Secretary Kerry to UNGA Week, as we continue to try and ramp up climate ambition and again, accelerate this clean energy transition in a thoughtful and responsible manner. I'd like to just take a moment to thank the organizing partners of this event nonetheless, and for allowing me to join virtually. The Embassy of Iceland in Washington, DC, Green by Iceland, the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. And I'd also like to thank, in particular, our Icelandic hosts and dignitaries, Ambassador Ellersdóttir, Prime Minister Jakobsdóttir, and Foreign Minister Gylfadóttir. Thank you very much for your presence at this event and for everything that you do to help to advance the strong bilateral relationship, including on the clean energy transition between the United States and Iceland. Now, I know that energy transition is on everyone's minds right now. Speaking personally, we're in the final stages of a sprint towards COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in 6 weeks, here in the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, where I serve as a senior advisor. I arrived here after we joined Secretary Kerry at the UN General Assembly in New York, alongside President Biden, Secretary Blinken, and others, where climate and energy concerns were at the top of the agenda. So this is a moment not only to take stock of our progress, but also to redouble our efforts and ambition. The clean energy opportunity is immense. I personally saw it firsthand in Iceland. When I went there, I had the pleasure of going on a fact-finding trip in the clean energy space to Iceland several years ago. I visited the Hellisheidi facility. I saw the CarbFix operations. I saw the amazing innovation and deployment going on, from geothermal to hydro to direct air capture to carbon sequestration and beyond. And it was impressive as well to see how Iceland has used these clean energy opportunities not only to drive down emissions and accelerate the scale up of cleaner energy, but also how they've used it as a stepping stone and a launch pad for attracting other sectors like aluminum, for example, or silicon, other materials, key materials that feed into our economy, that use the attractive, low-cost, predictable clean energy resources in Iceland as a lever to grow those industrial bases in the country. It's a real inspiration to others. Indeed, as Iceland has shown, no one needs to be scared of this transition. The energy market this century is the largest in world history. 4 to 5 billion users today, going to 8 to 9 billion in the coming decades. This is the largest market and financial opportunity since the Industrial Revolution. Just this month, Secretary Kerry has traveled to Greece, Indonesia, Vietnam, Egypt, Scotland, Nigeria, and Senegal. Across all of these diverse countries, the message was the same. There is a will, but all of us just need to find the way. All of these countries want to invest in one way, shape, or form in today's climate solutions, like solar, geothermal, wind, and hydro, as well as emerging technologies like green hydrogen, clean industry, new novel carbon capture and storage technologies, and so on. But they also know that we need more finance and more technological innovation faster if we're to get there in time. The IEA tells us we need to invest up to $4 trillion every single year in the clean energy transition to meet our climate goals. Now, all of us here also know that there's no government on earth that can fund that alone. We have to work together as transatlantic partners and as a global community. And we also need to make sure that the private sector is fully engaged. We know, too, that this is important not only for our climate goals, but because clean energy is the best path to energy security, especially when managed in a thoughtful and responsible way. Some have worried that the cruel, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine could divert us from our mission. On the contrary, it is even more urgent, and the crisis in Ukraine bolsters our commitment to see us untethered and unshackled, along with our partners and allies, from those that would use energy as a weapon. We must stand with the Ukrainian people, our allies, and our partners to accelerate an independent, flexible, resilient clean energy future. Already we see that renewable energy from solar and wind is, on paper, cheaper than fossil fuel electricity in most parts of the world. Now, we're going to need also to innovate in terms of energy storage and other flexible grid resources that can help manage the volatility of renewable energy resources when they come from variable sources like solar or wind. But there, too, we have reason for optimism. Battery costs have fallen 90% in a decade. Electric vehicles are increasingly cost competitive. But still, we know we're not moving fast enough. Not fast enough for our climate goals, not fast enough to give ourselves the flexible, resilient, and secure modern energy system that we demand, that our citizens expect. More than 50 technologies must be scaled up to commercial viability if we're to reach our climate goals. We've got to deploy renewables 6 times faster than we already are. And we need to transition to electric vehicles 22 times faster than we already are. At the same time, we've got to make investments in supply chains, in the inputs, materials, minerals that supply all of these clean energy resources. We have to build an entirely new industrial base, one that delivers prosperity, not only for those that are receiving the clean electricity and clean energy that we deploy, but also for those manufacturing it. But that's why I'm so proud to talk also a little bit about what we're doing in the United States, what the Inflation Reduction Act does. The Inflation Reduction Act is the most consequential climate legislation in our history. Together with President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law, they will invest roughly $500 billion this decade in clean energy and climate. That matters for many reasons. First, it shows that we're implementing President Biden's ambitious climate commitments, including our nationally determined contribution, our NDC in Paris parlance, of reducing emissions 50 to 52% this decade. The IRA is going to be incredibly important in helping us to get there. But the IRA also matters because it scales up emerging clean technologies and makes them cheaper for all countries to deploy. Remember, the United States will only account for less than 5% of future emissions between now and 2100. EU is looking at and our European friends are looking at a similar outlook. So it means that we need to make clean energy cheaper for the world, for markets around the world where energy growth is the fastest, if we are to truly contribute fully to climate action. Through the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, the United States is providing incentives for all sorts of technologies, from green hydrogen to synthetic fuels to replace jet fuel, or clean ammonia for fertilizer or shipping, carbon capture, sequestration and storage, standalone energy storage. The list goes on. We're also incentivizing, again, manufacturing and resilient and trusted supply chains for this new economy. We can't go from one fragile and resilient energy system rooted in hydrocarbons in the past century to a new century of reliance on other suppliers, other bottlenecks that lie beyond our shores and beyond our control and our common destinies. We have to take our own clean energy destiny into our own hands. And that is exactly what the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure framework, and our budding cooperation with partners and allies around the world on the clean energy transition and clean energy supply chains. That's exactly what those things are doing. So I'm delighted to join you today virtually. I am excited to listen in to the conversations that take place and to get the notes on what else was said. I wish you a terrific set of discussions, and thank you from myself, the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, for everything that you all are doing to take this moment and seize it. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning and afternoon for those who are joining us across the globe. We are live streaming here today. I'm honored to be here. My name is Julia Neshwat. I'm a fellow with the Global Energy Center here with the Atlantic Council. Thanks to the Embassy of Iceland and the House of Sweden for having us here today. It is my true distinct pleasure to be joined here by Her Excellency, and I'm going to try to pronounce properly here, Katrín Jakobsdóttir.
Pretty good.
I'm practicing.
It's good.
Prime Minister, Republic of Iceland, to discuss opportunities in international cooperation to tackle today's climate and energy challenges throughout the world. And Iceland is a true example of that, which we'll hear a little bit today. So thank you, Minister, for joining us here amongst a group of esteemed colleagues. As many of you know, and some of us are coming back from the UN General Assembly, this week has certainly been a critical and important week, I would say, for the global community. We've had heads of states, of course, and governments from around the world, including the private sector, traveling to New York and Washington just this past Monday to really try to discuss some of these global challenges and that interconnected crises that we're experiencing. Anything from the COVID-19 pandemic to the war in Ukraine, climate change issues, and overall threats to our global economy. So alongside the UN General Assembly, the Climate Group once again convened also where you had experts from all around government and businesses, as well as civil society that came together to try to drive some of that climate action, something that's not new to us, of course. And I believe earlier today, Secretary Granholm will also, she's the Secretary of Energy, she'll also kick off the start to the Global Energy Action Forum in Pittsburgh, where leaders will also convene to discuss pathways to achieve a sustainable and clean future. So it is safe to say that it will certainly be quite a busy week, at least here in the East Coast. So here in Washington, D.C., we're certainly lucky again to have many leaders, particularly from Iceland. We just came from a breakfast with the foreign minister as well and other heads and local officials, both in the public and private sector, to join us and discuss some of the leadership and achievement that is happening when it comes to transitioning, particularly from fossil fuels to clean energy. And I, too, actually had the opportunity. I just came back a couple of weeks ago from Greenland and then Iceland as well. So being able to see firsthand some of the impacts that we're having and learning about some of the advancements in clean energy, as well as some of the challenges that the country faces with the impacts. So without further ado, again, I'd like to welcome Minister Jakobsdóttir, apology, Prime Minister.
No.
I will practice once again, and we'll start with a few questions, if I may.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's jump right into it. As we talk about climate and diplomacy discussions in UNGA, especially contributing to the upcoming COP negotiations, which is just weeks away now. Time is certainly flying by. And meeting future climate goals. How do you see that contributing in some way or another?
Well, I think, we are at a very difficult moment. And I can say that the opening of the UNGA was pretty bleak. We've had COVID, we have a conflict, we are dealing with a climate crisis. So I think that we are actually further away from achieving the SDGs than we were a few years ago. And that's never good, that we're actually not moving forwards, but backwards. I was in Paris when the Paris Agreement was signed. We were so optimistic then. I was actually not too optimistic before I came to Glasgow last year, but I became a little more optimistic after that COP, because I really had the feeling that we were seeing policies changed into action. We were seeing more budget, more funding for climate actions. So I think that was a good step. So I was moderately optimistic after that. I am very happy to hear about the Inflation Act here in the US, and I would like to use this opportunity to say how important it is that the US is back at the table. It had a disastrous effect when the US decided to leave the Paris Agreement. So we're very happy to have the US back, because it really matters that your leadership will also continue in this field. But I think also what we're seeing is that things are happening very fast. You know, I was actually a passenger in the first electric flight in Iceland just a few weeks ago. You know, we only flew for 8 minutes. But still, it was a huge step, even though it was a short flight. And what we are going to see now is that probably all the domestic flights in Iceland are going to be electric in this decade. So nobody would have thought this would happen so fast. So we're seeing things happening, but we're also seeing challenges. For us, our emission profile is a little bit, because as you mentioned correctly, we have been through the energy transition when it comes to heating of houses. So we actually heat our houses with geothermal. We are producing electricity through hydro and geothermal, adding wind power to that now. But we still have challenges coming from agriculture and land use, coming from our fisheries fleet, and obviously aviation and heavy industry.
And that was my next question.
Yeah.
How do you balance the climate goals with the well-being of everyday citizens?
Yeah, well, that's exactly one of the biggest challenges, the just transition. It's a challenge globally, you know, thinking about the poorer regions of the world disproportionately affected and all that. It's also a challenge within societies. And I can imagine that's a challenge here in the US, and it's a challenge in Iceland. We have tax reliefs for electric cars, for example. But who's buying those electric cars, for example? So we need to be very mindful that we can't really separate social justice from climate action. We need to think about that all that we do in climate actually increases the well-being of people. Yes. And I think it's going to be a political challenge also to kind of get the population with you, because we need to say, as you so correctly say, we will ensure your well-being even though a lot of things are changing. And I think that's going to be tough, you know, for a society like Iceland, where I think that living standards are quite good. We are very much aware that people want to continue to have very good living standards. But the climate, if it continues, nobody will have any living standards. So that is really the bleak future if we don't do something.
And as you look at Iceland's energy transition as well, I mean, again, trying to push towards a low carbon future, net to net zero. Obviously, Iceland has been tremendous when it comes to renewables, almost 100% renewables when you think of hydro and geothermal. But again, it must be also a challenge to balance geothermal and other technologies, and also protecting nature, protecting the land. And so how can you address that?
Well, I think this is one of the, and those of you who are Icelandic in the group here listening, you know that this is one of the most complicated political issues we're faced with. Having a wonderful nature, everybody who comes to Iceland, I've met so many here just this morning who have actually been traveling in Iceland and saying, this is amazing, you know, you must really preserve this. But when we actually harness the energy, we are not preserving the nature. So it's our job, the politicians, to find that balance between harnessing the energy, the green energy, for the greater good, for the benefit of society, for making that clean transition into the green future, but also protecting a nature which is quite unique in the world. So it's a difficult balance. And as in every subject, people tend to hear only the voices out on the edges. So often it becomes very polarized, like every other controversy, really.
And in addition to clean energy domestically, as you think more internationally, what about the Arctic region as a whole?
Well, we are seeing the changes happening in the Arctic at a double or a triple pace. And you mentioned Greenland, you know, if we want to look at really fast changes, go to Greenland and watch the Greenland glacier. We have also our glaciers receding, but it's so visible in Greenland. And when it comes to the Arctic, I think, well, for Iceland, we are very much aware that the nature there and the ecosystem are so sensitive. And there are a lot of interested people who really want to harness the resources in the Arctic. And we need to make that difficult choice, which I have no doubt what to choose. Do we want to preserve that amazing ecosystem in the Arctic? Do we want to continue to give the indigenous peoples around the Arctic the right to make their own decisions? Or do we want to make it a playing field for the big actors who want to harness all the resources? And when it comes to the Arctic, you know, it's a global affair. Everything that happens in the Arctic has an effect on every person on this globe. So we need to be very careful, and we need to think about how we can do our utmost to preserve that sensitive ecosystem there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And Iceland being part of the Arctic Council, and
yeah.
as many of you know, Russia currently holds the chairmanship of the Arctic Council. When I think about also national security as another element, particularly in that region, it's become such a growing concern.
Yeah.
And I believe 7 out of the 8 members suspended their participation actually this year due to Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. So I would also just follow up with, where do you maybe see some of that Arctic diplomacy standing, given, you know, some of the geopolitics and national security implications that might be happening? I mean, there may be some different energy priorities at play to try to ensure some of that cooperation, which is not an easy task.
No, exactly, not exactly. It hasn't been an active dialogue in the Arctic since the illegal invasion of Russia and Ukraine. And sadly, as today's news show us, these things seem to be escalating, which is bad news for...
Especially as winter is approaching.
Yes. But when it comes to the Arctic, I must say, I felt such a real sadness, because we had an amazing ministerial meeting of the foreign ministers in Reykjavik last year, where there was actually a 10-year vision presented for the Arctic. And everybody was so hopeful and optimistic that we were actually getting somewhere in the Arctic. We were so happy to be able to have that meeting and have all the actors around the table agreeing to things like climate is an issue for the Arctic, for example, that we want to keep it a low tension area, etc. And now everything has changed. And you can see how really the efforts of years of work can somehow be pushed back for really so futile reasons.
Well, here in the U.S., we certainly have a lot of work ahead of us as well. Some of you may have known the administration recently announced the creation of an Arctic ambassador, actually, which I think is quite promising for the region. In your opinion, how would you see that role and that new position maybe contributing to the energy and climate diplomacy as
Absolutely, and finding that important balance, as I said, between issues like national security, preserving the ecosystem, preserving the rights of the indigenous peoples, but also using the opportunities of sailing routes, etc. So it's a delicate balance between, and I think, you know, because sustainable development is something that everybody is really tired of talking about and listening to, because we've been talking about it for decades, and it kind of lets everybody go to sleep when you talk about it. But it's really something, even though we've been talking about it for decades, we must think, are we using it? Are we thinking about all the decisive factors, economy, environment, and societal factors when we make the decisions? And so I actually, you know, I really welcome increased interest of the US in the Arctic. The Arctic ambassador, I think it's important for Iceland to have good cooperation there, and also follow those goals, those very clear goals that we actually agree on.
Excellent. Yes, it's very exciting. I look forward to that as well. And you alluded earlier, if I may just go back to the COP 27, you had been to Paris, Glasgow. curiosity, I mean, with Sharm el-Sheikh coming up, I mean, do you see anything different? Do you remain optimistic? I mean, do you think it'll be, more forward-leaning than past COPs, I mean, in your opinion?
Well, I wouldn't be in politics if I wasn't an optimist, because otherwise you just leave. But so of course, I remain optimistic. I think we must all admit that the climate issue has been put aside during the pandemic, and now with the war in Ukraine, it has also been put a little aside. Mm-hmm. We're seeing an energy crisis in Europe, which is something that I'm deeply worried about. It might actually have the effect to accelerate the green transition, but it also might have the effect that we will be pushed back. So now is the time to make the right decisions for the future. Mm. But I also think that what we have seen, the floods in Pakistan, the extreme weathers that we're seeing in Europe, in the US, everywhere, really must have opened the eyes of every leader in the world to see that this is the big challenge, and we really need to deliver, and not just by having ambitious goals, mm-hmm. but also by implementing action to get to those goals.
Absolutely.
And that needs funding. So therefore, I mentioned the Inflation Act. I think it's a positive sign, but I also know that you make decisions in politics, and then it takes years often to implement them, and I'm not sure that we have that many years. Mm.
It's true. There is certainly a true sense of urgency here. Yeah. I'm seeing that we've got 1 minute left, so I'll just real quickly, we talked a little bit about government, of course, and business, but as far as the role of civil society in particular, how do you hold individuals accountable to really try to avoid some of the worst impacts of climate? It's not all doom and gloom, and sometimes you do have to incentivize, but there has to be some sort of accountability, and I wonder how you all look at that, maybe in Iceland, or any advice for what we could do here?
Well, I think politicians and the key actors, big corporations, carry the biggest accountability. Mm. I can do a lot. I can take my bicycle and go to work and all that.
Sure.
And that's very important to make the right decisions as an individual. But it's the politicians that need to create the society where it's easy to make those decisions, where it's actually easier to make climate-friendly decisions than climate-hostile decisions. And for the big corporations, who are the biggest emitters, I think we also must hold them accountable. So it's the politicians and the big actors on the market that have the biggest accountability. When I look at the Icelandic public, there is nothing to complain about, and they really keep the pressure on the politicians, and not least the young people, who are maybe the most important actors right now in the climate debate, and who continue to really hold the pressure on all of us. I'm very grateful for that.
No doubt our youth is certainly a key driver here, and it's helped move the needle, I would say, more than ever.
Absolutely.
So. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here with us and sharing your insights on these issues. So please, let's give a round of applause to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I believe we're going to start with our next panel. Congresswoman.
So we're going to switch places.
Switch places, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Great. Sorry about that. Okay. Great. So I would now like to welcome Representative Pingree and Ordur Arnarsson, did I say that properly? Thank you. To the stage here to build off the conversation that we just had with the Prime Minister. Again, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Congresswoman Pingree. She represents District 1 of Maine, and Ordur Arnarsson, who is the CEO of Landsvirkjun. Did I say that correctly? Thank you. I do need to practice. Also to discuss opportunities to strengthen U.S. and Icelandic cooperation, really to accelerate a more clean energy transition, as we touched upon, as well as delivering climate goals. And I understand, Representative Pingree, you also recently attended a delegation trip to Iceland focused on energy and security in the Arctic. We'd love to hear, maybe to begin, what are some of your greatest takeaways from the trip, and how can the U.S. even learn from the Icelandic experience?
Well, thank you, and thank you, Madam Prime Minister, for your thoughtful words and for welcoming our delegation while we were in Iceland. It was truly a wonderful trip, and we're very grateful for that. Perhaps the best thing about that trip was it was bipartisan and bicameral, as we say in the House. Some senators showed up too. So it was very important to have all of us seeing the same things and hearing the same things at the same time. And of course, hearing from the Prime Minister, not the least of which was to be a reminder of the gender equity that goes on in Iceland that we need to have more of in our country. But being able to be in a conversation, an off-the-record conversation with your colleagues, to see the impact of the transition that Iceland has made, really from a carbon-based economy into a geothermal economy, is something that all of us have to see firsthand. Sometimes you're in these debates, you're on cable TV, and it all gets so contentious. But in reality, we all know we have to make these changes. It is often hard to figure out in the tangential way what we're going to do. Climate change is an abstract concept. We debate, is it happening today? Are we already too late? When's this going to change? Right. So again, to be with our colleagues, to visit a geothermal power plant, to watch some carbon capture going on in action, to see a geothermal greenhouse, all of those things really enhanced our view, and I think got us all into the position of discussing it in a concrete way. I'll just say personally, it was good for me too as well to have colleagues who sometimes think about, oh, Iceland, is that a vacation land? Where do we go? To really see firsthand, this is a country we can be modeled after and learn a lot from.
Excellent, excellent. Well, let me ask you, Order, as the principal energy provider for Iceland, how has the company really contributed to, I would say, the implementation when it comes to hydro and geothermal renewables? And what did that cooperation look like, especially with the Icelandic government, as well as other energy authorities, when you think about the flow of that energy transition?
As you said, Iceland is kind of the leading power company of Iceland and fully owned by the state. And we, of course, work, look a lot on what the policy the government puts forward. And our goal is, or our mission is to kind of fulfill that targets, and that has been the history of Landsvirkjun since it was founded. But if you look at how we are working today, the government has put forward very ambitious goals, both with their obligation towards the Paris Agreement, where there are definite restrictions that they have to make on the emissions of CO2. But then they've also made more demanding, targets, which they want to be fossil fuel free in 2040. So our goal is to work with these targets, to find out what is needed to do, how much kind of energy is needed, where that energy can come from, and inform the society and the government about what needs to be done. We can say that the cornerstone of our approach is, as in any other countries, there are kind of three pillars on the energy strategy. Is that it is the availability of energy, which is of course, a big security of supply issue. That is a very important one. The affordability of the energy is also very important, where we have been very successful in Iceland. And thirdly, it is the climate. And we can say that we have kind of a unique situation in Iceland that we have proven that it's possible to build a very reliable electricity system and space heating system, fully renewable. Many think that this is not possible. But we think we have a great example of that. But we have a very big task ahead of us now, as all the other nations, that we want to reduce the amount of fossil fuels that we need to do. And unfortunately, we need a lot of new energy to be able to do that. And that is kind of the issue we are discussing a lot with the government and the society. How are we going to tackle that? If we want to reach this goal, how are we going to fuel it? Because we are really talking about electrifications of power systems. That is really the core of the issue, that we have to reduce the amount of power that we are using as much as possible. We have to do everything that we can to simplify the way we are living, to use it more efficiently. We have to produce the energy more efficiently, do everything on that side, but we can only reach a certain level there. But the Western world really has to, ask itself, we have to contribute also with changing in our living habits, because the the less rich countries, they will increase their power use. There's no doubt we cannot stop that, and there will be a significant growth, but the world as whole cannot increase its power consumption. We have to stop that. But we work very closely with the government, but we are also kind of focusing a lot on creating affordable energy in an environmentally responsible way.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you mentioned the behavior aspect. We tend to forget that it certainly has an impact, and of course, energy efficiency has always been the low-hanging fruit as we look at that moving forward. I also understand that you're going even beyond geothermal and hydro, that you're exploring solar now and wind. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Especially wind. I think solar is a little bit difficult for some reason in Iceland. but we have a fantastic wind resource and with very little trees that are disturbing it. So we are exploring that, and we think that's a very good third pillar in our energy system. But that also has an environmental impact and is also controversial. But we have gotten permission to go ahead with two relatively large wind farms, which we got this summer, and we are pursuing that, and we think that's a very good way to go to build also on that.
Excellent, excellent. If I can turn to Representative Pingree, you heard we spoke earlier with the Prime Minister about the creation of a U.S. ambassador of the Arctic. Would love to get your insights and how you see that maybe building even a stronger diplomatic relation with U.S. and Iceland as well, in your thoughts.
Well, I'm very enthusiastic. I think it's a wonderful move of this particular administration, so we're very excited to see this implemented. I guess to step back from my perspective, so I represent the state of Maine. We have very close connections with Iceland and have for a very long time and are interested in increasing those connections. And particularly if you look at Maine and Alaska, we're the two states that are thinking the most about the changes in the Arctic because of a potential change in a trade route, and we're sort of the bookmarks there if you think about it. We already have IMSCIP ships directly from the port of Portland to Iceland, and so we've changed and thought a lot about our opportunities. And the reason I bring that up is because when you live in an ocean state, you think about the oceans. When you live in an Arctic neighbor, you think about those things. But for most of my colleagues, as you know, we have enormous number of issues to deal with, and there are very few people in Congress who are thinking about what's changing, about how it has a security impact and an energy impact. So to have an ambassador to the Arctic, for the first, it's just, if nothing else, it's a symbolic, it's much more than that. But for my colleagues to be able to say, oh, the Arctic, yeah, oh, is that just that frozen wilderness up there? What's going on? Most of them don't know that China and Russia are far ahead of us in establishing, whether it's an icebreaker or potential ports or trying to stake out their own territory. Most of them don't know about, how rapidly things are changing in Greenland and how quickly things are melting. People might think about glacier melting, they might think about polar bears, but when it comes down to the serious national security issues, the trade issues, for me, it just allows a much broader group of my colleagues to help make this a priority and think about it, because some of the things that we have to deal with in terms of the Arctic are right in front of us. And while Maine has been thinking about that for a while, we've sent as many as 65 people. I think Dana is here with us today, who's done some great work connecting our country to Iceland. But we send people. We have university collaborations. We have a variety of things going on. We send people to the Arctic Circle convening. But I'm just saying, we need our colleagues to think about that. And we need the United States to understand this is a really important region, and we have to keep a focus there.
Absolutely. I mean, when you think of the national security implications and the geopolitics, being able to really come together and speak with one voice, especially for Europe as a whole too, and for the U.S. to help in building upon that. But given that it's still, an ongoing event unfortunately, with Russia and Ukraine and the war there, have you seen some of that conversation changing as we look towards some of the climate goals and some of that energy transition? Europe is certainly experiencing that crisis right now. I mean, but do you see any other changes from that conversation overall?
Well, I mean, the Prime Minister said it well. We're at somewhat of a paradoxical time because I think, on the one hand, this, the huge impact of both food and energy on food and energy because of the crisis in the Ukraine and the Russians' unprecedented actions have forced all of us to think about that. We'll have another potential to do more funding for the Ukraine possibly this week or next. So we're thinking about this every day. But the paradox is, on the one hand, some people will say, well, this means we've got to drill for more oil. We've got to go back to the conventional methods because we're just in the middle of this transition. And what happens if, we can't really make it? And on the other hand, I think we've seen in European countries, we certainly see in Iceland, them saying, like, we've got some serious goals here, and we've got to move ahead as fast as we possibly can, because the best thing to do for international security is to have your own sources of energy. And the best thing to do for climate change, of course, is to make sure they're renewable sources. So I think it's a very dangerous time in terms of how we will handle this, which way we will move forward. But there are no silver linings to the actions of Putin. But we have all said many times, we're adding new countries to NATO. We've brought all of the EU together, and we've changed our conversation. And I would say the same thing in Congress. We're unified, Republicans and Democrats, about our support, but also in this deeper understanding. This is serious. This wasn't part of our plan around the pandemic or climate change. Now we got to think about international security and world order, and we have to make that connection to both food and energy.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you. I'll turn it to you, Ardor. Similarly, when you think about the diplomatic relationships and, of course, US and Iceland and the impact of Russia and what's happening, how do you see opportunities for both Iceland and the United States? How would the company, as National Energy Power Company for Iceland, how would you be able to utilize the relationship, I would say?
I think it is extremely important that countries work together, and we cannot solve this energy transition locally. And it is a very complicated question that the nations of the world have to ask themselves while doing this energy transition. Is that if we approached it in such a way that we produce the energy just for ourselves, we are self-sufficient with energy. That is not possible to do it that way, because many places cannot produce the renewable energy, because renewable energy needs quite a lot of land to use. So you have to go to areas. It's just like saying that every oil that we have used in the past should be harnessed in the area where it was going to be used. That's not possible. We have to look at it globally. We have to find ways. How can we make decisions in which areas we are willing to use for renewable energy, and that is, of course, there's a lot of areas, for example, in the Arctic, that could be used, but it, of course, is controversial with the nature. But it is a very complicated issue because we need so much energy, and the International Energy Association, before the COP meeting in Glasgow, they made a very thorough report on what is needed to get net zero 2050, and their conclusion was that we need to about 8-fold our renewable energy production in the world, which is, even if it would only say double or 5 of it, would be very complicated, because we always have the issues with renewable. I think it's possible to do it with an environmentally acceptable way. For example, with wind, because you can remove the wind, and so it will not have a big impact on the environment if you decide to do it again. We can do it financially. It's probably the most effective way of producing electricity is with renewable energy today, even more competitive than the fossil fuels. But what we are lacking is social acceptance. And we are not, as nations, approaching that. How are we going to reach that social acceptance for power projects? Because we always have, it's not in my backyard, and what's in it for me? And at the same time, we have to produce an enormous amount of renewable energy in a relatively short time, and we have to find ways how are we going to internationally going to discuss that, and we are always going around it. As that we want technology, we want improvement, but we need a huge amount of energy if we're going to stop using fossil fuels. Even if we take down our consumption, even if we change our behavioral patterns, it's a task that we have to discuss. For example, with the Arctic, Arctic is probably certain areas in the Arctic are very good for that. For example, just to produce electricity for this area, because you cannot produce it all here.
Well,
so international cooperation is extremely important, but we have to talk about the big elephant in the room. Where is the energy coming from?
Right,
Who's going to
especially-
accept it? Okay, we can also go to nuclear. Nuclear is also failing on social acceptance. It's a relatively good way to do it. Okay, it's expensive, more expensive than renewable. But how are we going to accept it? How are we going to discuss it? And usually, just as in COP, and in Glasgow, many of us were pointing out, why are we not talking about this? The technology will be there. I strongly believe that the technology is almost there. We have to advance with technology, with e-fuels and with storage, carbon capture and everything, all good technologies, but they all need a lot of energy. And where is the energy coming from if we don't discuss that?
Right. No, you bring up a great point.
And it will be an international discussion. It will not be a local discussion. If we're going to approach it locally, no, it's lost.
Well, I think that's a big takeaway from Russia, which tends to use energy as a weapon, and being able to diversify your energy supply and looking at other clean alternative sources of energy. And nuclear is certainly part of that mix, if you can take also into account the technology and innovation to do that in an environmentally safe way. So a lot to be said there, but thank you. In fact, that leads to my next question. I think we still have a few more minutes left. Yes. For both of you, actually, and maybe I'll start with you, Representative Pingree. Any advice you have for the EU and here in the United States and other international energy partners when it comes to the face of an energy crisis and how we can, as I was saying earlier, maybe even diversify our supply? Any particular projects you might recommend that we look into further at this point in time?
Are you talking about specific types of energy?
Yeah. For the most part. I mean, like I said, Iceland is such a great model and leader when it comes to renewables. Anything that you think that could be expanded? I mean, nuclear was certainly one example.
Well, I think it kind of goes back to this issue that, and you mentioned it, people don't want it in their backyard. They want to know what it does for them. Climate change has been an abstract concept.
Yeah.
And if you can put solar panels on your roof and get free of using the electric grid, and it saves on your electric bill, you're in. But if it's, I have to make major changes, we have to make major investments, it's very hard for people to think ahead about how will that impact me. And so as much as anything, particularly because the United States left the Paris Agreement, because we had a few years of an administration that wasn't interested in talking about this, we are now really trying to right this ship. We've made a huge investment. We are back sort of discussing it. But even for my very most engaged colleagues, being fluent in energy topics, in what's the best bang for our buck, what's carbon capture, what are the numbers that we have to deal with, it's all still so big and hard to discuss. So I think on the one hand, in terms of how individuals feel about this, I know my state is moving forward very quickly on its energy plan and will be able to take advantage of, I think, some of the funding that's coming forward. But right away, and this is also in the bill that we just passed, there need to be credits for putting the solar panels on your house, for putting in a heat pump or a heat pump hot water heater, or how do you make the conversion in a way that can save you money? Now, that doesn't fix it on a global scale, and you're absolutely right. We have to have some international thought about this. But we also have to have the hearts and minds of the public, and we have to have the comfort of people who are worrying right now about filling up their gas tanks and who are saying, are we going in the wrong direction? Was this just a myth? What do we do here at this tumultuous moment in time? So I'm an all-in. We have to, and one of the things that we did very carefully in this bill was invest in all strategies, in science, in innovation, and thinking forward to the future, because we don't have all the answers yet, but we obviously have no time. We maybe have run out of time. And the biggest thing is, move forward as quickly as we can. And I think from my perspective as a member of Congress that has to go home and make sure, like all of my colleagues, that everyone is with us as we make these transitions, it's got to seem real and practical. And I don't think you can do that with this complicated, abstract, challenge that we're working with right now.
Absolutely. Narder, any final words, any advice for the EU?
It's of course, I'm very, very worried about the situation, and it will be a very tough winter. But we have to remember that the crisis is that there is a lack of energy. It's a security of supply. They relied on Russia, which was a mistake. So that is of course, it had long-term. It has to be sold with a new supply of energy. I think the key is then to, of course, to import as much energy as possible. They have to reduce the consumption as much as possible also. I think also they should try to interconnect as much as possible as they are doing, move the energy around to within. It's very dangerous if each country starts thinking about, I'm just going to take care of myself, because then the yield or the efficiency goes away. But I think it's really they have to, as I said earlier, they have to get more energy into the system. That is the key thing. I strongly hope they will not move away from the market mechanism, because we have to get the market drive. But they have to step in and kind of make sure that the public is not suffering too much. Okay, the bill has to go up, but they have to limit it. The bill has to go up so people start saving energy, but you have to, when it starts having a big impact on the standard of living, you have to stop. So, and they have to learn also from the mistake. Don't trust people that can't be trusted. With your most important products.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I mean, not an easy task, and certainly a lot of lessons learned here for today. So I want to thank both of our guests here. If we can please give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Congresswoman.
All right. Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. Thank you, Congresswoman. Thank you, Order. And also thank you, Julia, who managed to do a triple for us there. While we reset the floor really quickly, I'd like to introduce our next keynotes. First, we'll start off with we'll start with, let me pull up. We'll start with the Foreign Minister of the Republic of Iceland, Þórdís Kolbrún Reykfjord Gylfadóttir. Foreign Minister, I'll hand the floor over to you.
Excellencies, colleagues and friends, it's quite difficult to start with listening to such a prominent people talk about all these things and then have a written text, but then you just want to say other things because you were listening to them. But I'll try to have some structure in this. Well, first, when Hörður mentioned the fantastic wind resource as a description of the boring, very often frustrated weather in Iceland, it was very well done and something that I should remind myself. But then we should also utilize it, so, get something out of the boring wind. It is a pleasure for me to join you here today as we discuss the converging crisis of energy security and climate change. And the topic uses the term energy security, but of course we would probably not be having this discussion if there indeed was security in the provision of energy around the world. We are living in times where the lack of energy is an immediate threat to large populations, even in very rich and prosperous societies. Energy in all its forms is the livelihood of our societies. It is humankind's ability to harness external energy that is the biggest factor that differentiates us from all other life on this planet. Our mastery of energy has allowed us to build without having to lift every rock, to travel faster than our feet can carry, and to stay cool when it's hot and warm when it's cold. And therefore, energy security remains one of the predominant requirements of modern times, because it's simple: without energy, civilization as we know it will not survive. So no pressure, but we have to figure this out. Meanwhile, with risks posed by climate change, we also know that unless we fundamentally reform our energy production and consumption, we will not find ourselves on a sustainable path on this planet. While it may appear like a dilemma, I strongly believe that strengthening energy security and addressing climate change do not have to be regarded as mutually exclusive. On the contrary, with the right policies and investment, a win-win situation can emerge, whereby changing the energy mix with increased reliance on cleaner sources of energy, enhanced energy efficiency, and technologies for carbon capture and storage can both reduce CO2 emissions and enhance security, energy security. And what got me thinking is that when you talk about energy security and climate and energy security, Pingree mentioned food security, and it was mentioned that we needed to have the discussion about the fact that we need more energy if we truly want to transition and stop using fossil fuel, then we need another energy instead. And if we are too shy or too uncomfortable to talk about that fact, it's just not credible discussion. But I also wanted to, because, I want to also talk about values in this regard, which for some might be a long shot, but I think it's not. And these days, at least since February 24th, that's almost the only thing I'll talk about. Whatever I'm discussing, values is a part of the discussion. And here it is as well, because we are today, Iceland not, but we as a region and as a societies and a world are dependent on authoritarian societies when it comes to oil and gas. And it is a decision to be dependent and to pay less. It might be cheaper in the short term, but it is also a value-based decision to be dependent on people that you can't trust and you should not trust. And I truly hope that this will be a factor that we won't forget. I don't know how this will develop, but I just hope that we will never forget about these facts, because we believe that we could fix things with having business. But if we truly want to be independent and secure, there are certain thresholds that you need to look out for. Like Katrin mentioned, being optimistic is really important, and you should not be in politics if you're not. And that is also being tested. Some days it's pretty difficult to be very optimistic about all of the things that are going on. But I think because we know that we need more energy, but we also know that we need more innovation. We need new technology. And that we can only do by being creative. And you cannot be a creative society if your society is not free. If the individuals are not free to think freely, talk freely, love freely, just be free individuals, you can't be a creative society. So then again, you also have the values. Because when everything is going well, you might not have to think so much about the values. But when the values are being tested, you see that everything we do on the foundation that we cherish, international law, rule-based order, human rights. Without that, businesses will be a thing that we will, miss when we were talking about business or when we were fighting about free trade agreements, because it's all built on those values that are now being attacked. This, I thought, was kind of an important reminder because of everything that's going on. And it also connects to this winter, because it remains to be seen whether with the onset of winter, the situation will become serious enough to cause severe economic, social, and political disruption in some European societies. Iceland does not have that challenge, but we are not isolated from what happens in Europe or in other regions. So while I know that values don't heat your house and values don't feed your kids, still, if we lose them, we will definitely have more houses to heat and more children to feed. So already some countries are taking difficult steps back on their clean energy path by reverting to coal for power generation and house heating needs. And we should be concerned that national governments may revert to protectionism to secure energy supplies in the face of uncertainty. And there is this balance of being independent with food security and energy security, but not being protectionists when it comes to the cooperation and how this is all a common thing that we need to figure out together. In Iceland, we are fortunate that we are not dependent on Russian oil or gas. We are blessed with abundant renewable energy supply, enabling us, for example, to fuel 100% of our electricity and heating needs from such resources. But when we decided to do so, it was not because it was, people debated about it. We didn't really afford it when we did it. And we had voices saying, this is not possible. And when I was Minister of Energy, we did some calculation, and if I remember correctly, it might not be exactly the years or the numbers, but we had a period of 3, 4, 5 years where we spent the same amount per capita of our GDP in this heating houses project in Iceland, which took time and was very costly, as the United States did for the same amount of years of their GDP per capita when they decided to send a man on the moon. So even though our project was, didn't cost as much, but if you looked at the GDP of a small, kind of poor country at the time, and then the GDP of the United States, it was similar, which tells me that this was our moonshot. And it should inspire others, even though you cannot use geothermal to heat all the houses in the continent or in the world, but still it is a part of the solution. Finally, I'm trying to be short because I'm adding too much, but I want to also mention the fact that partnership, coalition, and the multilateral system are essential for solving the daunting task ahead. And in this regard, Iceland is fortunate to have enjoyed over 80 years of close and fruitful relations with the United States. And it will become more, not less, important to maintain and strengthen such ties. Because the challenges that humanity now faces reminds us of one of the famous lines that no man is an island. Indeed, and not only is no man an island, no country is an island. Not even countries like Iceland that actually are islands. So whether we like it or not, and whether we deserve it or not, it falls to the leaders of today and tomorrow to face our common reality. And whether we like it or not, and whether we deserve it or not, this we simply must do together. The challenges we face were not created by younger generations, and they were not created by the poor of the world. Nevertheless, all of humanity will have to take part in solving them. So we simply need to step up, and the job of, I hope that we can together build on that interest and increase our cooperation in the area even further, as you will undoubtedly discuss in today's event. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Foreign Minister. For our second keynote address to kick off this conversation on energy security and the need for climate action, I'd like to welcome Harry Kamian, Senior Bureau Official and Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Energy Resources at the U.S. Department of State. Mr. Kamian, welcome to the stage.
Madam Minister, dear Bergus, if you're here, other distinguished guests, Atlantic Council colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's an honor to participate in the US-Iceland Clean Energy Summit and be reunited with some of the colleagues with whom I had the pleasure of working when I was in Iceland. It's a particular honor to have an opportunity for the second time in my career to share the stage with the Foreign Minister. She and I had an opportunity to launch a program together in Iceland of another area of common interest between the United States and Iceland, which is promoting women in innovation and entrepreneurship. And it's great to have an opportunity to partner with you now in advancing our shared goals in clean energy. It's hard to imagine a country better positioned to lead a panel discussion titled Converging Crises, Energy Security and Climate Change. During my time in Iceland, I saw firsthand how Iceland has strengthened its own energy security through diversification of energy sources and suppliers, by not relying on unreliable providers with a history of weaponizing energy, and by embracing renewable energy that now accounts for 85% of the country's energy mix. The United States and Iceland recognize an undeniable truth that energy security and combating climate change go hand in hand. And as the foreign minister just so recently eloquently said, the two of them are not mutually exclusive. The United States stands today with our European allies and partners in strengthening Europe's energy security by replacing Russian fossil fuels with cleaner fuels from reliable suppliers. This effort requires the development and deployment of innovative technology across Europe that will diversify the sources of energy and expand the types of clean energy infrastructure we need for the future. These technologies are not just the purview of tomorrow. Rather, energy efficiency improvements available today can support both energy security and the clean energy transition. Installing smart thermostats and heat pumps, for example, can increase efficiencies and decrease demand, both augmenting energy security and helping us reach our shared climate goals. In this clean energy transition, we have an opportunity, and I would say an obligation, to lay the foundation for a cleaner, more affordable, and more reliable energy future. The Department of State has a strong relationship with the government of Iceland in this space, having worked together on wind energy, geothermal, and greening mining operations and opportunities, and we're committed to furthering this cooperation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamian. My job now is to distract you while they put more chairs on the stage. So I'm going to slowly walk back and forth. That was a wonderful way to kick off this conversation, I think, about how these two crises, energy security and climate change, and the need to act on both simultaneously, are shaping the playing field for policy solutions, as well as opening new opportunities for the business community to engage in creative ways to meet both challenges at the same time. What we continually are confronted by now is to not be forced into the false choice between energy security and climate action, but nonetheless, there are significant geopolitical headwinds to navigating that complicated nexus. So, hey, the chairs have appeared. So I'm going to get on stage and introduce our panel. I'd like to welcome Sherry Goodman, Senior Fellow at the Polar Institute at the Woodrow Wilson International Center, to the stage. Michael McElhenney, Senior Advisor at the Arctic Energy Office at the U.S. Department of Energy. András Simony, former ambassador of Hungary to the United States and also a Global Energy Center Senior Fellow. Adair Turner, Chair of the Energy Transition Commission, who is not joining us on stage, but joining us virtually, I believe. And Greg Pollock, Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and Principal Director of Arctic and Global Resilience Policy at the U.S. Department of Defense. Let's give them all a round of applause, please. All right, now I get to sit down. I'd like to start this session, I think, with a little bit of discussion, kind of the theory of what we're truly grappling with here. And I think, András, I might turn to you first. The core of what we're struggling with here, whether that be in a US-Iceland context, a transatlantic context, or a global context, is really how do we merge the energy security crisis of today with the need for energy transition in order to effectively meet the urgency of the climate change challenge? That's an unfair question to ask one person, but I'm going to lay it all on you and let you set us up.
It's unfair.
It is unfair.
But before I start to explain maybe something that we have been working on mostly in the last 6 months at the Global Energy Center. This is at the center of our conversations. Madam Minister, your speech was one of the best speeches I've heard in a long, long, long time. And very powerful. I want to build a bridge between Ukraine and Iceland. When I was a young ambassador to NATO, there was another young ambassador, and we were the black sheep of the NATO Council. And the Council traveled to Kiev, and there were these big meetings with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense. And the evening, my buddy and I, we went bar hopping, and we walked into this bar, and the guy at the door says, "You have to surrender your guns." And so my buddy and I, we told him we don't have any guns. We had a great time. That man was Gunnar Pálsson. You don't know who Gunnar Pálsson is, but Gunnar Pálsson, as a minister, does know. He's your ambassador to the European Union, is a great friend of mine, and so I just wanted to build a bridge between my first experience in Kiev and Iceland. But I want to get serious. A couple of years ago, we published a book called Nordic Ways, and one of the authors in my book was Vigdis Finnbogadottir, and she has a great line in her chapter. She said, she was quoting, as a matter of fact, a Danish poet who likened the Nordic countries to 5 white swans flying together, never forgetting where they have come from and where they are going. And I think that's a pretty good way of describing where the Nordic countries are going. Because when I look at Iceland, I don't look at Iceland only. I look at the Nordic countries as a group of countries that have their own historic differences, I know, and they're very distinct, and you should not confuse Iceland and Icelandic with Danish or Swedish or whatever. But all in all, the message of our book was, these countries are not just a bunch of socialists. They are capitalism with a heart. Capitalism with a heart. And that is the foundation from where I want to talk a little bit about how I see the situation. Now, Madam Minister, you talked about the situation where we are. There are 2 basic things. One, how did we get here? What was the naivete of some countries that led us down this road? Let's not name that one country that is mainly responsible for what is happening, making itself and Europe dependent to this extent on Russian gas. So we will have to figure that out. We will have to discuss the consequences. But you're so right. Now we have to figure out how not to make the same mistake in the future. This is the first thing. The second thing is we need to rebalance energy security and green transition. Our mantra at the Atlantic Council is more energy security, not less green transition. More energy security, not less green transition. And the way to do it, and now I'll get to you, you are the luckiest people in the world suddenly to have something in your possession that has become so valuable. Before the event, we had this conversation. Iceland is the Qatar of the energy transition because you have the cleanest energy mix maybe in the world. You can rely totally on your hydro and your geothermal. Having said this, I want to make sure that you know that we think that Iceland should, okay, don't want to, because your presence and the Prime Minister's presence really suggests that you are ambitious. But I really want to encourage you to be really ambitious. Peter Pace, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs a couple of years ago, a good friend of mine, he said, there's no country big enough to be able to go it alone, and there's no country too small not to be able to make a difference. That is really our message to Iceland. And I also want to put it in a broader context. There are no 5 countries together that are more important, more reliable, and more solid allies to the United States than the Nordic countries. Now, thank God, the Finns, with the leadership of the Finns, and the Swedes following the Finns, now they're going to become members of NATO. This is such an important development. And I say this because this is not just a security proposition short term. This is a long-term security and values proposition for the United States. And in this, you can play an incredibly important role, having been with the United States forever, ever since NATO was established. I remember I was still representing the country outside of NATO when I said closing Keflavik was a big, big mistake. But you know, you're back in the fold. Everybody looks at Iceland as an absolutely critical player. In the green transition, you can lead the way. I have been on Iceland so many times, and I have met so many good people and smart people who have been way ahead of the curve in terms of trying to figure out where do we have a technological edge to give to the world, which can make a difference. So what I really want to thank you, Reed, and your team and the Icelandic Embassy ambassador for putting this together. But first and foremost, Madam Minister, I want to thank your country and you for your leadership in making sure that you act as a bridge between the United States and Europe in terms of what we have to, not what we want to, what we have to achieve, which is a green transition, but with a clear understanding that our security is equally important. So I'll stop here, and I'm really looking forward to having a good conversation. Sherry, my colleague from the Atlantic Council, it's so good to see you, and others. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, András, and I think you summed it up well and highlighted a couple themes that I'm going to highlight before in my transition to Sherry here, which is, where Iceland has shown leadership and has the potential to increase its leadership. But B, one item you mentioned is naivete to current risks, but the need to also keep an eye to the risks of the future. And that both of those items point in my mind to something that has been mentioned subtly several times over the course of the morning so far, which is the role of the Arctic in the energy, security, and broader geopolitical landscape. Sherry, I might turn to you from an Arctic security perspective. Iceland clearly has a role to play here. The United States obviously clearly has a role. We know that Russia currently has the presidency of the Arctic Council, which is a mild problem. But how should we be thinking about the role of the evolution happening in the Arctic in the context of both our geopolitical and energy security consideration?
Okay. Thank you, Reed, and thank you all. I want first to thank very much our Iceland colleagues and the entire delegation that's here, Madam Minister and your Prime Minister. I had the privilege of joining you earlier this morning. I also had the privilege of being in Iceland just a few weeks ago on a congressional delegation with the Aspen Institute. We visited many of the green energy facilities that you have underway, the geothermal, the carbon capture, and many others. And we also heard and evidenced, saw the evidence of women's leadership in the green energy transition and the innovation and gender equality. And I want to say those two, we're here to talk about sort of the converging risks of climate change and clean energy. But I also want to stress and underscore, because I see so many great Icelandic female leaders around the room, the converging opportunities in the green energy innovation, women's leadership, and gender equality. I think you shine a special light around the world on those two opportunities, and I hope your light will continue to shine very bright on that. So if we focus now on the Arctic, as you well know, all of you who hail from Iceland and hail from the Arctic and work on the Arctic, that the evidence of climate change is greater there than anywhere on the planet. Temperatures are rising at an extremely rapid rate, 3 to 4 times global averages, in some places even further. sea ice is retreating, temperatures are rising, and the permafrost is thawing and in some cases collapsing. So we see the evidence of climate disasters. There go our helicopters out from either the Pentagon or the White House out somewhere in Virginia. So we see the risks, climate risks and disasters happening all around us, from the deadly floods in Pakistan to the heat waves experienced across Europe and the United States, and flooding, fueling, as I've long characterized climate change as a threat multiplier for instability, going way back now to 2007 when we formed the first military advisory board, the first group of generals and admirals to address climate and national security implications of climate change. So we see this around the world, and as we said, that we're either going to pay now or pay more later. And we're paying now. We're paying, the costs of climate change are baked in. So we should all understand that people around the world are paying, whether you live in and need to be lifted out of energy poverty in parts of Africa or Asia, or you're seeing your house washed away in a coastal, along parts of the coast. So that's part of the urgency of today. Then, of course, we have Putin's war in Ukraine that has brought home the immediacy of those energy needs. Of course, Iceland, you're a little bit freed from some of that threat of the weaponization of energy. And at the same, we have to be able to meet the energy needs, particularly for this winter, for our European colleagues and our allies. And the transatlantic values there are so fundamental, of freedom, democracy, and of human rights. And I feel this personally. I am the daughter of Holocaust refugees. And maybe some of you know, we've had Ken Burns has done another brilliant documentary on the U.S. and the Holocaust. 2 episodes have aired, and I think the 3rd is coming very soon. I urge you all to watch it if you haven't, because it reminds me personally in many ways, seeing the stories of my family told through this documentary, that we face a comparable crisis now to the values that the foreign minister just discussed, of freedom, of democracy, and of human rights. And we need to we need to do everything to ensure that. And one of the ways we do that is through our combined energy and climate security. And when we turn to the Arctic, we see that Arctic security has changed in my lifetime. At the end of the Cold War, I was helping build down Russian nuclear missiles, and when I served in the Department of Defense, and spent a lot of time in Russia and across the Arctic as we tried to denuclearize the Arctic. Now we've seen it remilitarized again by Putin. So we have to manage those increased security threats, and at the same time, we have to reduce the climate risks we face and make that green energy transition. It's a tall order, but we know that Iceland and our Nordic friends have always been the font of innovation. And now we're better positioned, I think, in the United States with the passage of a number of bills, including most recently the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Bill, to be able to sort of meet those opportunities and to sort of work harder to make our own transition. In the U.S., we've tapped a lot of great people, some of you whom you're about to hear from, and others in the administration, and our first speaker to help lead that way. And we have to make our own transition in this country, and I think we can learn from some of what Iceland has to offer, both in geothermal, direct air capture, carbon capture, and a whole host of other technologies that we really need to be able to move forward on. So as I say, we need to be able to walk and chew gum. We have to both meet our immediate security needs and our climate and energy transition. And in the sector that I emerged from defense, we need also to decarbonize defense. And that offers, I think, some very interesting opportunities. Iceland, you're a very important member of NATO. I had the privilege earlier this year of participating in the NATO summit and speaking on a panel with the Canadian Defense Minister and the foreign ministers of Germany and Spain on energy and climate security. And it was an all-female panel. So we were modeling what is women's leadership in the clean energy and climate transition. And I think we all agree that we need to, as we decarbonize the defense sector, and there are a variety of ways to do that, we also will be able to provide some of the technologies to help lift those out of energy poverty, because some of the needs on the remote battlefield of being able to reduce the logistics supply chain for operating in remote locations are the same kind of technologies, renewable, solar, agile, lighter, that you need to lift people out of energy poverty in more remote areas. And so we need to see those as opportunities to work together to meet the combined set of challenges. I know that we can do that, and I'm very excited to be here and to have Iceland in particular be able to showcase its work and bring its message to Washington and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sherry. And I think, again, one of the items that was highlighted both in your initial remarks here as well as Andraj's is the multiplier effects of these various challenges we face at the convergence of energy security and climate change. It fundamentally requires international partnerships to get the solutions right. In order to seize those opportunities, we need to think about the solutions in the context of building partnerships with like-minded partners and allies such as Iceland, but also a much broader suite of international players. And that leads me to a question I'd like to turn to you, Adair, for, how do we form the effective partnership models in order to develop these and the solutions necessary to meet this nexus of energy security and climate change? One of the things we haven't mentioned thus far is, what we've seen in terms of a resurgence of climate diplomacy through the COP process, headed towards COP27, has been mentioned several times this morning already. What kind of relationships do countries like the United States and Iceland need to form in order to confront the current energy security threats, as well as the threats posed, the multiplier threats posed by climate change?
Sorry, is that for me?
Yes, sorry, that was for you, Adair.
Okay, sorry. Well, look, what I'd like to talk about actually is not so much the framework for how you do that. I don't think that's where my expertise lies on the sort of intergovernmental frameworks, but I'd like to talk about one very specific way in which Iceland could and should be literally a bridge between Europe and the US, and a bridge which will contribute both very materially to dealing with climate change and will help our energy security. To limit global warming to below 1.5 degrees centigrade or even below 2 degrees centigrade, we have to get global emissions to net zero by around mid-century. And there are a variety of technologies which could get us there, and several will play a role. There is a role for bioenergy within tight sustainability constraints. There is a role for carbon capture and storage, and there's some interesting developments there in Iceland as well. But at the absolute core of any route to a zero carbon economy are two technologies: electricity and hydrogen made from electricity. In total, at the Energy Transition Commission, we think that total global electricity production and consumption will have to go from about 27,000 terawatt hours today to about 120,000 or so terawatt hours by 2050, with maybe 80 or 90 of that used directly, 20 or 20,000 terawatt hours used to produce 500 million tons of green hydrogen, and then some used for direct air capture as well. The good news is that the resource is there to do that. If you look at the resources of solar in the world, the resources of wind in the world, and then in addition, there are the possibility of nuclear, and of course there is geothermal. There is tons of energy available in the world, and we need, for instance, only to cover 1.5% of the world's land area in solar panels, and you can get all of that 120,000 terawatt hours just from solar. You'd never do that, but it illustrates what is possible. It is also true that renewables are now the cheapest way to produce electricity. We've seen this extraordinary collapse in the cost of solar. When the German government was first subsidizing solar 25 years ago, it was paying people 40 cents a kilowatt hour for solar PV. We have seen the latest bid in Saudi Arabia at 1 cent per kilowatt hour. And on offshore wind, we've seen this amazing collapse in the UK. We were subsidizing it in its initial generation at £160, about $200 per megawatt hour. It's now down in the latest auction to below £40 per megawatt hour, and it's going to go below $30 per megawatt hour. Indeed, the big question in electricity systems is no longer how do you produce a cheap kilowatt? We know that. The answer is wind and solar. It's how do you balance the system across the year? How do you balance the times when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing versus the times when there is demand? And Northwest Europe's biggest problem is what to do with what the Germans call the Kohle Dunkelflaute, the cold doldrum, a time when you get an anticyclone in the North Sea, you get 2 or 3 weeks without any wind, just at the time when there is high winter demand for electricity for heating. And in that respect, the interconnection of different supplies of renewables across the world has an absolutely fundamental role to play. There are people with very credible projects, X-Links, for instance, intending to develop large wind and solar in Morocco and run a 3,800 kilometer HVDC, high voltage DC line all the way to Britain. There are people intending to do that from Western Australia to Singapore, and the economics do work. But there are, across some of those routes, some energy security concerns. I mean, they go over some tricky parts of the world, or they start in places where you hope they will be stable in the long term, but they might not be. But Iceland, I think, is a completely stable island in the middle of the North Atlantic, across which we have the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. And it is part of what is one of the most extraordinary arcs of natural resource availability in the world, which is offshore wind. The International Energy Agency has calculated that total global offshore wind resources amount to about 420,000 terawatt hours per annum, economic to exploit. That's 4 times even that massive figure I gave you for total future electricity demand, and about 15 times total current electricity demand. And I wish I was able to share a screen with you, but I would just encourage you to Google Global Offshore Wind Resource Map. And what we will see immediately is the extraordinary concentration of those offshore wind resources in an arc which goes from the Norwegian coast across Britain and Ireland to Iceland, to Greenland, to Newfoundland. So what should we be doing, and how should Iceland be a bridge? We should be building HVDC lines from Northwest Europe to Iceland, to Greenland, which has huge amounts of hydro as well, and then onto Newfoundland and linking into the US grid. And if we do that, we will unleash an enormous resource of offshore wind, of geothermal, of hydro in Greenland, which could be a massive part of the answer, both to the energy security of the NATO area and to the solution against climate change. The foreign minister said, and I thought an absolutely wonderful phrase, no island is an island, even when it is an island like Iceland, and I'm going to remember that phrase. But all people have also talked about Iceland as a bridge. I think we should be thinking about Iceland not just as a metaphorical bridge, but as a crucial part of a high voltage DC line bridge, which can play a fundamental role in the future energy security and in the fight against climate change. So that is my very specific, concrete contribution to this panel.
Thanks, Adair. And I think now we've set the table effectively to begin leaning into our colleagues from the administration here for some concrete, thoughts on how we could make all this happen. Michael, I might turn to you first. After hearing what you've heard through the conversation thus far, from your seat, what do you see as the near-term prospects for US-Iceland cooperation on these issues, specifically energy security, perhaps we'll start with?
Oh, fantastic. Great question. And I want to thank the government of Iceland and the Atlantic Council for putting this event together. This has just really come together so well. I appreciate everybody attending. I think there are fantastic opportunities for Iceland and the United States to work closely together for energy security over, I'm going to sound like a bureaucrat, FY23 or next year to human beings. And it's already starting. With Iceland's participation at this event, at tomorrow's event, and then leading forward, DOE will be sending a delegation to Iceland in October. I'm pleased to announce that we will most likely be sending an embassy science fellow to Iceland, sponsored by DOE, to work on energy security and resilience issues. And going ahead, Iceland's leadership, which has been highlighted here so often by the foreign minister and by the other participants, has so many great technology areas. Electric aviation that the Prime Minister mentioned. Iceland is a great proving ground for technologies that we desperately need in the North American Arctic. Alaska, America's Arctic, is critically dependent upon aviation for transportation, for medical care, for security. You don't call the police in interior Alaska, you call for the police to come on their plane in many, many places. And those communities are dependent upon supply lines of aviation gasoline or jet fuel that is made elsewhere, that has a limited supply. And as we saw, it can run out in winter conditions. Electric aviation is an area we're looking very strongly at. Carbon capture and storage, Iceland's leadership is amazing, absolutely amazing. And there are many opportunities, again, across the U.S. Arctic and Iceland to work together. I think we'll see some action in that area later on. I really can't get ahead of things. But Iceland's leadership on carbon capture and storage, its interest in electric aviation, its leadership on hydrogen, its leadership on vertical axis wind, which can be used in more restricted areas. All of these are things that our department is very interested in. I know our geothermal energy office and our carbon capture and storage office will be speaking later. But from the broader perspective, from the Arctic Energy Office perspective, Iceland is the energy technology leader for the Arctic, other than the United States. Just tremendous areas of cooperation to move forward on.
I have several follow-up questions, but I want to turn to Greg first to give everybody a chance to jump in quickly. Where does the Department of Defense, stand on these issues? How are you thinking about resiliency in the Arctic writ large? How are you thinking about the role of the U.S.-Iceland partnership in regards to each of these challenges we've discussed so far?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. It's an honor to be up here with this esteemed group of panelists, and my thanks to the Atlantic Council and the Embassy of Iceland for including the Department of Defense in this conversation today. The Department of Defense has already been making its presence known during this event by virtue of these helicopters occasionally flying by. But let's be frank, if it weren't for the pioneering work of folks like Sherry Goodman, my co-panelist here, the Department of Defense wouldn't be in a position to be having the kinds of inputs and these sorts of conversations that I think we are now. And it's a recognition of the fact that there's three primary drivers out there for why the Office of the Secretary of Defense now has an Office of Arctic and Global Resilience. And that is, an increasingly strategic and accessible and contested Arctic region, a growing urgency of the climate challenge, and a recognition that energy security is national security. Now, these insights obviously preceded the decision by the Kremlin to further invade Ukraine earlier this year, but that dynamic has only accelerated, I think, the relevance and the salience of these issues for the Department of Defense. It's also, I think, further tightened the relationship between the United States national security establishment and the wider governments of the other like-minded Arctic states. So we're spending a great deal of time with Iceland as well as the other Arctic 7 nations thinking through the intersection of these various challenges and the ways in which we need to evolve the way we operate collectively to make sure that we are responsive to these new threats, that we're able to operate despite a changing climate. And DoD is doing a great deal to take on the fact that while we account for a relatively small percentage of overall U.S. Greenhouse gas emissions, we are the leading institutional emitter here in the United States. And so we are making significant investments on the order of $3 billion in the president's budget to start greening the Department of Defense. I shouldn't say start, but really accelerate the greening of the Defense Department. And we're not doing this strictly for climate reasons, although these investments absolutely do redound to the benefit of the climate and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But we're doing it because these novel technologies, these green technologies, allow us to be more effective in terms of our overall mission. They give our warfighter an edge. You know, we recognize now that things like energy efficiency or dependence on our strategic competitors for hydrocarbons, for logistics, these are vulnerabilities that we simply can no longer tolerate. So taking steps to make our force more agile, more resilient, these are common sense steps, and they also contribute to the whole of government effort that we're making to take on the climate challenge here in the United States and around the world with our allies and partners.
Fantastic answer, and I'm going to ask you both two quick follow-ups. First, I'm going to beat up on Michael a little bit more. One of the items, you had a laundry list of areas of cooperation between the U.S. Department of Energy and Iceland. One of those strikes me as a significant mutual interest in maritime, in the sustainable maritime sector, which when we talk about the evolution of the Arctic with becoming a major shipping route, the U.S. and Iceland seem to be natural partners in that space as well here. Could you speak a little bit to those mutual interests and where you see that ball specifically moving over the next several years?
Sure, that's great. Iceland as a maritime leader, the shipping industry is a focus area for reducing emissions, but it's also where, again, energy security and climate security come together. The North American Arctic, like Iceland, is effectively an island as far as the transport of goods and services go. Almost everything comes by ship, whether by container or tanker or barge. And this area is tremendously important. So earlier this year, the Department of Energy, through the Sandia National Laboratory, actually, where Sherry is an advisor, signed an MOU with the Port of Alaska, the principal port in Anchorage, to integrate to upgrade their grid and establish a microgrid at the port so that, one, they can take advantage of renewable energy in powering the port, which is very energy intensive, but secondly, that they can better integrate the future ships who use lower emission fuel sources, whether those are electric vessels, whether those are some alternative fuel. Iceland, I think, with your maritime sector, which is heavily in fishing, Alaska, of course, has a huge fishing fleet, and that is the hardest area to decarbonize. If you've invested, many times small operators, those are investors who don't have the opportunity to get it wrong when it comes to a non-carbon source. They have to have proven technology that works in all conditions, that works in dangerous conditions. Alaska's maritime industry and Iceland's maritime industry have great areas to work on together on that. We're holding a number of fora on maritime decarbonization over the next year, and I think it's an area we can very much move forward on. But so thank you for bringing up the maritime side.
Well, absolutely. I might now then turn, back to you, Greg, which is really, you mentioned this briefly, is, the collaboration between the U.S. Iceland in relation to NATO. Could you dive a bit further into, how the U.S. and Iceland can be valuable collaborators in tandem with NATO as an organization in these energy security efforts?
Sure. I mean, I think Iceland is really pointing the way, as a number of speakers have mentioned in terms of the clean energy transition. And it's not just the fact that Iceland is blessed with these geothermal resources, but as I understand it, over the last year, something like 75% of the overall new vehicle sales in Iceland have been electric vehicles, whereas here in the United States, it's only about 5%. So Iceland is a powerful example at the level of a society. Iceland has a very different national security structure, obviously, than we do here in the United States, but we are very much in close cooperation, both bilaterally with the U.S. and Iceland, and then with the other like-minded Arctic nations, thinking through how do we need to develop the capabilities to defend against emerging threats in the Arctic, and figure out where does the Arctic sit within the NATO architecture that you alluded to. Obviously, the NATO organization has to be prepared for threats from 360 degrees, and challenges in the Arctic are just one of those potential threat vectors. We also need to be mindful of the ways in which climate change is accelerating, for example, migration into Europe, and the ways in which that's been destabilizing politically, just to use one example of the ways in which these various threats intersect and layer upon each other. But the dialogue with Iceland is incredibly valuable. They and the other kind of already existing members of NATO will be critical to the integration of Sweden and Finland. We are going to be seeing more Arctic in NATO, one way or the other. And the fact that we have this group of allies, allies and partners currently, it's hard to think of another region in the world where you have so many common interests and so much capability to bring to bear. So it's a real pleasure, I think, from the Department of Defense perspective, to be working with such a capable group of allies who are invested in interoperability, who exercise together regularly, who have the familiarity and trust in each other, that we will be able to operate together effectively should circumstances require it.
Andros wants to jump in here, but then Sherry, I'd like you to also jump in afterwards about, given that you and Greg mentioned some of the similar themes around the electrification of defense, how that's shaping the Arctic. But Andros, I'd like you to...
So I want to make a comment on NATO, but I'm a bit angry at myself because I have a big H2 in my notes and I forgot totally about it. I think hydrogen is going to be at the core of our quote-unquote energy revolution, and you're so well positioned to be one of the leaders of the pack. So I'm totally in agreement with those who said hydrogen has to be a focus. One more thing, it's so important that Iceland is sending a strong message. Business is part of the solution. Business is not the enemy. Business is part of the solution. Without business, you cannot achieve the goals. And this is a strong message we need to repeat that even in this country that is the ultimate capitalist country in the world. But we need to repeat that. Business is part of the solution. And finally, I want to make a comment on NATO. I think NATO has for way too long neglected the idea that energy security needs to be at the core of what it is doing. And I urge you, Foreign Minister, and all the other colleagues from Iceland, to be with us and be leaders in NATO, to lead the conversation. My worst nightmare today is that hopefully one day there will be peace around Ukraine and some countries will revert to old habits. They should not. And the United States and our best allies, the Nordic countries, need to be the leaders in preventing some countries, some unnamed countries, reverting to old habits, because that would be a disaster from the security point of view, and it would be a disaster also from the green transition point of view.
Sherry, I'd like to bring you in on this point, following what Greg has said about DoD's interest in this space. What Andros frequently said about the urgency of getting NATO actively kind of engaged in some of these issues around energy security and Arctic security at large. How do you respond? What do you see as the pathway to success there?
Well, thank you. I think there are a couple important ways, as has been mentioned, with Sweden and Finland joining NATO. We now have a critical mass of NATO, a more critical mass of NATO members who have strong Arctic interests. couple of years ago, I participated in NATO's first strategic foresight workshop on the Arctic in Oslo. And, among the then 30 member nations, you could see that it was a struggle to get those who were not directly Arctic nations interested, from, the Mediterranean, the other Eastern nations, to be interested in those missions. Now I think that's changing, and that's critically important. We have to be able to make this energy transition in the Arctic, even as we recognize it's gone from a more cooperative region to one potentially more contested now. But the security depends on, and the strength of our security depends on decarbonizing in the defense sector, because that aligns with military effectiveness. And there are many technology areas that align also with both improving NATO's needs and decarbonizing defense. And NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has made a high priority of his NATO's Climate Action Plan, which he released about a year ago, and then provided a new assessment at the NATO summit this summer. And there are a couple of areas that align with Iceland's clean energy innovations that I think really make sense here. One is, microgrids will be it's all under the rubric of decarbonized distributed energy resources. Decarbonized distributed energy resources. In order to decarbonize defense and to make more resilient our energy, the Department of Defense now, for example, is installing microgrids on every major base. And NATO is moving in that direction too. And then what you put on that microgrid in the base should be renewable resources to the extent possible where they can be connected. Renewables also for remote areas. And then eventually we will have green hydrogen in there. And then it will be more electrified. And the other important role that I think NATO plays, where our Iceland and our Arctic nations have a great opportunity here, is aligning the standards that you need by which to measure energy sustainability. And that's where NATO standardization agreements can be built out, and that's one of the areas that NATO is focusing on, so that we can, because you can only, you can't manage what you don't measure. So we need to be able to measure our progress in that way. Some NATO nations now do manage and measure their greenhouse gas emissions, like the United States and others, but we need to move more of NATO in that direction so that we can fulfill that promise and improve our climate and energy security.
With the 9 of the clock, I want to briefly open the floor to the audience for questions. If you have a question, feel free to raise your hand and we'll have a mic runner come down to you. I see one right here in the front row. And there's a mic right there, ready to go. We hot? All right. Please introduce yourself and stand up.
Hi. Yeah, I know several of you. I'm Joan Michelson. I moderated a session this morning before this started on women. It's good to see a lot of women here. Okay, great. I'm used to looking at a camera. Thank you. You talked about the business community, and I just want to pull that thread a little bit. When I was in Iceland in June, one of the things that fascinated me and that I wrote about in Forbes was in the United States, we talk about a multi-use development as residential and retail on the bottom, residential on the top, retail on the bottom. In Iceland, the communities, and some of the folks who I was with in Iceland can talk about this as well, are actually, you have to meet sustainable criteria in order to be in that park. And you have to have your byproducts be shared, your products and your byproducts be shared. So it takes this whole level of integrating the business community into the clean energy transition to an entirely new level that, to me, could be a really great model that any area could adapt. So I wonder if you could talk to that. And I just want to throw in, having lived in Fargo, North Dakota, I think that would qualify as part of the Arctic North in the U.S. too. And I'm a New York City girl, so there you go. So if you could talk about the business side and how these innovations on the business side can really drive this transition. somebody
I think the
talked
question
about
was directed at you, given that you brought up the business, the role of the business community in this.
I don't think I'm supposed to. Maybe the foreign minister can say something, or you can say something.
I'll just chime in briefly.
Yeah.
I mean, I echo Andris's point that the business community, the private sector, has a critical role to play, and a lot of what the Defense Department is doing is trying to do better to fast follow innovations that are happening in the private sector, finding things that are promising in early stage development, and then use our sort of buying power to help bring them to scale and accelerate the sort of integration of those sorts of technologies. I think there's a great deal more work for us to do collectively as a government and as an international community to move towards what you've described, which is a truly circular economy. We're a long ways from that, and certainly our allies and partners in Northern Europe are, I think, really leading the way in terms of that conversation. We have some work to do there, but I think you're exactly right. Whereas once upon a time, the U.S. government, the Defense Department in particular, would feel, in some sense, a requirement to build it ourselves, to create something of whole cloth. The truth is, in today's economy, there's a tremendous amount of breakthrough technology out there in the private sector already, and we just have to do better staying on top of it and integrating into the way the Defense Department and the national security establishment and the intelligence community do business.
Okay. Well, okay, I want to get to our two panels, but I also.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think those innovations are coming from the private sector, Joan. You're exactly right. It is the innovations are emerging from the private sector, as you see in Iceland, as you see in organizations like Breakthrough Energy, Bill Gates and other investors who are kind of leading energy, among those leading energy innovation in the U.S. and elsewhere in all sectors. And so I think we need to tap into that. And, as Greg said, also the buying power of the military, the buying power of NATO member nations, both in the civilian and the defense, in both sectors, is huge. And so we need to tap that, and of course, women leadership.
I want to quickly get. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to do a quick plug. You mentioned, and Greg mentioned, making this available. We have an entire office at DOE, the Office of Technology Transition, recently held an event in Anchorage called Arctic X. We want to get the clean energy technology being developed at our laboratories and in our partner institutions out the door and ready for manufacturing. We don't want to hide it, and so that is open to entrepreneurs and investors, amongst our allies and partners, as well as the United States. And they really have a lot to share with all sorts of businesses, from small to large. I would check them out.
I do want to add that a couple of years ago, I was in Reykjavik, and I had a good conversation with Thor Sigfússon. Yeah, and I was fascinated by how forward-looking some Icelanders are in terms of new technologies that I think we should look at and maybe turn it into big business. So I just want to say that, of course, you're totally right, but I'm not the one to say what exactly is going on. But I do think there's a lot of innovation in Iceland in some categories, absolutely second to none.
Before we wrap up, I want to go do one quick last round robin. And because we're holding everybody from lunch, I'm going to give each of you only 30 seconds to answer this question. What are the final key thoughts you think our audience should take away from this discussion in relation? We'll start with Adair. We'll start with you. If you're leaving us with one message, what is that message you want to leave us with?
There's no conflict between dealing with the climate and energy security. The good news is that the supply of renewables across the world, although it's not equal, is a damn sight more equal than the supply of fossil fuels. So as we move to a renewable, but it can also be a partly nuclear system, we can all end up with far greater energy independence than we have in a fossil fuel world. And that means a more stable economy, and it also means a more secure geopolitical energy security position.
All right. Greg, your final thoughts.
If you don't mind, I'll make 2 points. Number one, this idea that as Adair had mentioned, there can't be any choosing between energy security and climate security. It must be both, and climate security and energy security our national security. And the second point is that we do need to enhance our focus on the Arctic. From the level of President Putin on down, the Russians have been very clear that they're going to continue to focus on the Arctic. This is going to be something that our like-minded Arctic nations are going to have to work together closely on. We're prepared to sort of deepen that engagement. China, likewise, is becoming increasingly active in the Arctic. They're interested in the Arctic's energy resources as well as its other natural resources. And finally, the North American Arctic, Alaska, is a critical platform for power projection for the United States and for NATO. We have more sort of current generation fighter jets in Alaska than anywhere else. I want to put in just a brief plug for our new Ted Stevens Center for Arctic Security Studies. That's going to be a mechanism for us to continue engaging with allies and partners, as well as deepening Arctic literacy within our own joint force. So very much look forward to working with the Ted Stevens Center and with our allies and partners on these shared challenges.
The North American Arctic, which as we now know should also include Fargo. So just an additional note there.
Right? We'll update the Unified
we'll
Campaign
have to update
Plan.
the map just a little bit here. Let's see. Michael, any final thoughts?
Yes, thank you. My final thought would be the best time to make the investments in energy security and climate resilience was 8 years ago, but the second best time is now. And we have a tremendous opportunity now before things get worse, before things are baked in even more than they have, before global economic and climate change and global economic and social changes have different impacts. Now is the time. Iceland's leadership has shown that. The DOE leadership has shown that we really, really, really need to seize this opportunity. If we had this conversation 10 years from now, I would be very sad.
Andros, any final thoughts?
I just want to encourage Iceland to be ambitious and be a leader in the transatlantic debate on energy security, on business opportunities, and on innovation. And I agree with you. I'd like to see Iceland at the center of the universe 10 years from now.
Yeah. All right. Sherry, bring us home. Final words for us to depart with.
Okay. Well, thank you, Reed. Well, I mean, while we do face these unprecedented risks of climate, the crisis in Ukraine, and COVID, I do think we have also unprecedented opportunities to put the world in a better place. And Iceland is really at the heart of being able to showcase how we make that climate-friendly, clean energy transition with the private sector and women's leadership showing the way.
All right. Well, thank you. I'd like to thank our panelists. I'd also like to thank the Foreign Minister and the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for their introductory remarks. This was a wide-ranging conversation, which makes me glad we had 5 panelists to help out with. We'll now take a break for lunch. Our next session will kick off at 1 p.m. I believe lunch is being served downstairs. But if you aren't finished eating by 1 p.m., you can bring your lunch upstairs. But you can also watch downstairs, too. So wherever you are at the House of Sweden, you can watch the summit. So with that, I'd like to give a round of applause.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope you had a good lunch. My name is Michael Thompson. With the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management at the U.S. Department of Energy. DOE is very happy to be participating in the Our Climate Future US-Iceland Green Energy Summit. I want to thank the Atlantic Council. I'd like to thank also Reed Blakemore and the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. Thanks to the Embassy of Iceland also, and to Prime Minister Katrin Jakobsdottir for her participation. I'm looking forward to hearing from the panel on advancing and scaling carbon capture technology. Advancing these technologies is an absolute necessity for meeting our climate goals. I think, as we know, we are in a time of extraordinary challenges. There's a narrow and closing window to avert the worst impacts of climate change. And I think advancing carbon capture technologies, carbon management technologies, both CDR and CCUS, will be a vital component in meeting some of these goals. I want to extend an offer of thanks to the government of Iceland and to Icelandic businesses that are working to rapidly develop and lead on the next generation of carbon management technologies and infrastructure. Iceland has shown that it's a leader in the development, the demonstration, and the deployment of direct air capture technologies. Iceland has also shown that it's a leader in the development, the demonstration, and deployment of CO2 conversion technologies. And Iceland is showing leadership in advancing industrial decarbonization. Importantly, also, Iceland is showing the world that carbon management can be done in environmentally responsible and just ways, including developing processes for community engagement, which strengthen these efforts. Iceland has shown proactive transparency around the carbon management work, and this has advanced the conversation globally on what carbon management can look like and what carbon management can do, the role it can play in helping the world reach net zero and then crucially net negative thereafter. That kind of leadership has influenced the work at the US Department of Energy and has helped to unlock new resources, including federal funding via the bipartisan infrastructure law, which was passed recently. And I think a lot of us in the room know that in that law, there is over $12 billion allocated to supporting every aspect of the carbon management value chain. This is from point source capture to direct air capture to conversion to transport and storage. And this also extends beyond traditional research and development to fully encompass commercial scale demonstration and deployment of carbon management technologies. I should also mention that the infrastructure, the Inflation Reduction Act recently passed includes strong provisions to advance carbon management pathways like CCUS, including robust enhancements to the 45Q tax credit that will incentivize carbon capture, direct air capture, and carbon conversion projects. So as DOE looks to scale up this support even further, we are hoping for increasing collaboration between the governments of the US and Iceland and companies in the two countries to advance carbon management technologies. DOE intends to work towards that. So as I said, DOE is pleased to be participating. I'm looking forward to the conversation, and thank you. I'll welcome the panel to the stage then.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jack Andresen. I'm here representing Breakthrough Energy. We're a policy and advocacy organization that also includes several strategies to mitigate the valley of death for a number of different technologies in the most hard to decarbonize areas, from an incubator to a venture capital wing, all the way up to project level financing, as well as policy done in the United States and in Europe. I'd like to thank the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center on having us all here, the Embassy of Iceland, the Prime Minister, Green by Iceland, and House of Sweden for hosting us. It's an incredible opportunity to learn about the cutting edge of carbon management and the offer it stands to provide us with for net zero by 2050. My panelists on stage, we have Edda Aradóttir, CEO of CarbFix, Doug Vicari of BlackRock. We have Kristjana-Dóttir, the Chief Commercial Officer of Carbon Recycling International, Brian Miller, Director of Energy Policy, U.S. Government Affairs at Microsoft, and finally Christian Horbertsen, the General Manager of Iceland and Running Tide. I'd like to kick it off and just give everybody on the stage an opportunity after that very brief introduction to delve a little bit more into yourself, your organization, and how you sit in the CCUS space.
Me first?
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you. So CarbFix is a company that stores carbon in a different manner than carbon has mainly been stored to date. What we do is we take captured CO2, we dissolve it in water, creating sparkling water. This is what we inject into specific geologic formations, mainly basalts. And there, underground, it rapidly mineralizes through natural processes that are actually nature's way of permanently regulating CO2 levels in the atmosphere. And by implementing our technology, we significantly speed up this natural process. So the carbon we inject, it has become stone in just 2 years and will remain a stone over geologic timescales. So that is what we do and have been doing for quite some time. We injected our first ton in 2012, so we are celebrating the 10-year anniversary of that now and are preparing for rapid scale-up.
Everyone, I'm Doug Vicari at BlackRock. BlackRock is a large global asset manager. I work in our private markets business and lead our investing efforts in carbon management. And we're actively looking to invest in capture technologies, point source technologies, sequestration, and direct air capture, the full value chain. Excited to be here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chris. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of CRI. CRI is a company over 16 years old, and where we sit in this space is carbon utilization. We offer a proprietary technology which we have coined the emissions to liquid system, or ETL, where we utilize captured carbon and blend it with hydrogen. And it can be from various sources, whether renewable hydrogen or byproduct hydrogen, and produce methanol from that. And methanol is one of the most versatile chemicals used on the globe, and it can be used both as a building block for multiple chemicals and also as a fuel, more recently in the media.
Like Jack said, Brianne Miller with Microsoft. I do energy and sustainability policy here in the United States, based out of DC. Microsoft has a number of robust sustainability commitments, including to be carbon negative, water positive, zero waste by 2030, and to remove all of our historical emissions by 2050. And that's really where we fit into this space. We're both an investor through our $1 billion Climate Innovation Fund in projects, and then we're also contracting for carbon removal out in Iceland with the CarbFix Climeworks project that's there. So it's a robust commitment. We transitioned from doing carbon offsets to actual contracting for carbon removal in 2020. Since that time, we've contracted for nearly 3 million metric tons of carbon removal. So happy to be here and to learn more about this space and meet my fellow panelists.
Yeah, my name is Kristen Kitty, and Running Tide is a global ocean health company. So what we do is we develop diagnostic tools and monitoring tools, as well as interventions to restore and improve ocean health. Why are we here? The biggest threat to ocean health is the gargantuan amount of slow carbon that we've been burning up, that's been seeping into the atmosphere and back into the ocean and poisoning our seas, more or less, leading to acidification. And therefore, our focus, to begin with at least, is to rebalance the carbon cycle by doing carbon removal and using the ocean to do that. We use 2 to 3 natural pathways. We amplify the natural systems of the ocean to remove carbon from the fast cycle and move it back into the slow, into a like geological storage or geological time frame storage at the bottom of the ocean.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. So to kick it off, I think we'll start very much at the top. And given that CO2 as it diffuses quickly in the atmosphere is a very wicked problem, we all know this. It's difficult to comprehend the amount of CO2 put up every year, but it remains that we need to not only reduce but remove CO2 directly from the ambient air and from point source polluters in order to meet our climate goals. You know, given that, and that it is such a diffuse problem, large entities are going to play a critical role in making sure that that carbon is reduced and removed. These large entities, the largest of which are national governments. So in this way, national governments can pass policy like the IIJA and the IRA. They can also, there's the carrot and the stick approach. And so I just wanted to get an idea from the panel, you know, given that government has and will be looking to put out policy prescriptions both in the United States, Iceland, and abroad, from each of your unique perspectives, what can government do to both incent the deployment and investment in CCUS technologies? And we'll start the same way we did last time.
Well, as already explained, governments are, of course, doing a lot. And we have the sticks versus carrot approach, the carrot in the US and the sticks in Europe. Both seem to be working, but we need to add on more projects at a larger pace than we have been doing. And I think what we have to focus on, and the government should focus on now, it is to ensure that the framework in place is as tech neutral as it can be, which it really isn't. It's more or less written for the sort of earlier technologies for doing carbon management, and it's time to make sure that they are tech neutral, both to allow for the technologies that we have emerging now, ready for scale up, and also the ones that we are still innovating. So I do think that's sort of the most important task for governments. If we look at, for example, the US with the 45Q incentive, there it's sort of pre-written which type of well you have to use for injecting CO2. And that well, it's way too much of an overkill for our technology, for example, meaning that the costs will be higher than necessary. So sort of addressing those aspects is of utter importance, I would say.
Yeah, just two things. I mean, one, I think clarity is key. That's a key tenet of people investing in projects and developing the technology is having a clear regulatory framework to invest in an underwrite investment that needs to occur in the sector. So long-term policy that's going to be stable and provides an ample rate of return for people to develop and incentivize product development, I think is critical. And the second area, I think, is being helpful where governments can in first of a kind and early project funding. It's a space that not many investors are active in. It's going to be critical to get a lot of different competing and new technologies and breakthroughs to occur. The breakthrough team is active in the space, but catalyzing that kind of capital that's hard to come by in the space, I think, is also another area.
Yeah, I'd like to echo a little bit what Etta said in terms of that governments do a lot, but they can certainly do more. And I think we've heard multiple times today that the urgency is not twofold, it's eightfold or even more in terms of deploying new energy, as Heather said, and multiple, being able to scale up at least 50 new technologies going out. And it needs to be not focused on and decided at the table of the governments which technology is going to prevail or wait for the decision to be made. So whether stick or carrot, I mean, both are great. What we have seen from us is that the stick approach allows it to happen a little bit more faster. Incentive can kind of get the ball rolling, but for the mass deployment that kind of the world faces, more is needed. And I don't think any government would have the financial ability to continuously provide an incentive endlessly for the next 30 years. And for technologies, green technologies, to be competitive in the space when compared to status quo of the fossil-based technologies which are already in place, you need to make the cost of choosing the fossil-based technologies to be higher so that you don't have a choice, that you have to make a change, that going the renewable or environmentally friendly route is the more economic choice. Because in the end, businesses will still make decisions based on the bottom line. So for a mass change to happen for all and not a few choice companies which kind of make social impact a priority, then you need it to be so. And governments need to put in place that it is more expensive to choose the fossil-based technologies than the green ones. And to realize that the overall cost of a fossil-based choice is a lot bigger, which is not taken into account.
I think those are really great points. I'm focused mostly on US policy, and we've had some really amazing victories, as Michael detailed in his opening remarks, with the IRA and the IIJA as well. My thoughts have turned to the more local impacts that we're going to need to see. Where will we site these projects? What kind of regulations need to be put in place? Etta brings up the Class 6 wells that are required in the United States. Not every state has permits from EPA to do those. How do you speed that process along, since we already know permitting is a challenge on a variety of these areas? So there's things on the more local level to actually get these projects sited and started that need to be done as well.
Yeah, I think one thing, at least for us, to start with, is a common description of what carbon removal actually is, the intentional movement of mass from the fast cycle to the slow cycle. Like getting everybody aligned on that would be great on the government level as well. A common understanding of how carbon removal fits into the accounting system of the nations, like how that hits and who that hits in terms of, because that will, I think, help them facilitate or speed up things if they know that they can use it against the targets. And then into permitting, I think for us, because we are partially nature-based, we need to start thinking about policies and frameworks around regulation that allow for the positive interventions into the environment. Like most of our policy frameworks are around not like banning bad things from happening and permitting with the minimum amount of damage, but there's very little permitting for making good things happen. So I think they're changing just the outlook on how the permitting works there.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually for we'll call them the providers of CO2 services up here, I was wondering if you could speak to this problem or this issue of providing incentives and particular regulations that you think should necessarily change, whether this is MRV associated with a technology that you're working on, or some incentive to get paid for ecosystem restoration, or carbon actually sequestered, or money to put carbon as a feedstock into used products. I'd like to ask each one of you in the utilization or storage space, how do you view this? You're at first of a kind or pilot level stage. What are the actual regulations, incentives, policies that can help you get from here to helping to contribute to the gigaton storage removal and usage that we need to do by 2050?
Well, same route?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
It's working well.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Well, I mean, again, of course, countries are doing a lot already in establishing first-of-a-kind projects. But what happens after that? Of course, we are, many of us, still working on our first large-scale project. So, of course, we want to take them somewhat further to take the first lessons learned to already implement into the next one. So we always need a bit of a learning curve. But I do think what really needs to happen is that we need to break this sort of classic chicken and egg dilemma. We are establishing new full value chains, sometimes across borders. There are so many issues that need to be tackled. And the way we've addressed, in most cases at least, how to get projects up and running is to line up all these sort of different pieces of the puzzle to minimize the risk. So we have to break that dilemma. We have to just, in parallel, advance on storage. We have to advance on transport. We have to advance on capture, whether it's point source or direct air capture, utilization, restoration, and all of that. So whatever systematic changes we can implement that assist us, the developers, to do that, that's going to be very helpful. Because this, of course, means that we are taking on much larger risks than alternatively. So I don't have an exact answer, but this is what we have to do. We have to break the chicken and egg dilemma.
Absolutely.
Doing everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that I think it is important to analyze the impacts of policy and make sure that every pathway of technology is accounted for. I also am sympathetic, though, to the situation we find ourselves in. You know, from a government perspective, these are novel processes. This is a novel value chain that's being established, and full cycle stakeholder engagement is really important. I mean, there are people that live in communities where CO2 pipelines will be laid that, they don't have any experience with running through their land. They make their livelihood off the land. And so I think, while we all want to move quite quickly, it's also important that there's good stakeholder engagement and these processes are vetted.
Yeah. So I think in terms of utilization, I mean, there is a lot of discussion of sequestration, and I think it's neglected from our point of view, the fact that we live in a carbon-based society, and that carbon is currently based on fossil, and that needs to be replaced somehow, and you're going to stop utilizing fossil-based carbon that's done today through oil and gas, and then how are you going to what are you going to replace it with, and how are you going to replace it? And one of those is the chemical that can be produced with our process, methanol, today, which is 60% produced by coal and almost 40% by natural gas. And these are fossil-based. And I think a lot of the policies that are put in place are really focused on sequestration, and this gets forgotten. And even IRA does focus really heavily on the hydrogen production itself to essentially build up the renewable a lot. But there are multiple chemicals downstream that can carry the hydrogen a lot better than hydrogen in its gas form. And that's kind of not addressed properly in the IRA. So I think it's about the limitations sometimes, or the laser focus of one way to be done, which might be not the best for us to actually succeed over a 30 or 40 or 50-year timeline, or even 20 for many government cases. So I think there needs to be a bit broader sense of, and as Etta said, to mirror it, there are so many technologies that have to be deployed so we can achieve what we intend to achieve.
So Microsoft is an early investor and also contracts, like I mentioned in my intro. And that's, we hope that we're helping to create the market so that more projects can be developed and do other things. We joined the First Movers Coalition that the World Economic Forum has put together. We're co-champions of the carbon removal pillar with Google and Salesforce, which has like a 1,000-year durability requirement. I think it's like scalable megaton by 2030 and gigaton by 2050, to try to gain more interest and excitement around this, and to hopefully garner more investment into projects that do this. Another side of Microsoft that works on this is on Microsoft Research. And we talk about how do we speed these projects along on permitting and other things. Microsoft's research arm recently published some research about an AI system they use that's able to do seismic monitoring to check the seismic mapping of different areas, and they're able to do it 1,500 times faster than the current way that it's done. So these are things that we're doing kind of behind the scenes on our research arm that's different than just our investments and other things.
Yeah, I mean, like for us who are kind of in this nature/technology area, like the clear permitting pathways, like we want to get a permit, but somebody needs to create how to do that. And just because we have the UN GA happening in New York, like one just on the international level is thinking about policies and how do we create frameworks around not only protecting us from oil leakage or other kind of spills, but also how do we incentivize or create pathways for interventions like alkalinity enhancement or coastal restorations or carbon removal in the ocean. Because we will, there's no way that we will get to the other side of this without somehow interacting with the ocean. And then the other part is, on the kind of per project basis, is thinking about how can we create policies around creating the capability for strong demand signals for these projects so that we can unlock cheaper financing for the projects. And that's, I mean, Microsoft and other companies are, spearheading that by just doing it as a good citizen. But bringing that to the broader, governmental and policy level would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Pivoting a little bit from sort of the government policy financing aspect of CCUS, in my work, I work in policy at Breakthrough, and we're constantly in this sort of tug and pull around what are the communications and education needs within CCUS? How do we talk about this to the public? How do we talk about technologies that are so new that a plurality of people actually have never heard of them before? From your perspective, how do you all think about messaging not only associated with CCUS, but CDR technologies, and how this fits in to the educational need that the general public will need to incentivize some of the voting on the issues to pass the sort of public policy that you're talking about? So what do we need from the communication and education perspective? And just for fun, we can go in reverse.
Okay. Put him on the spot. It was a little unexpected. I think, one of the things is, come from the CDR space, and we're working on it, and we've had the whole Kyoto-related offset thing. We kind of need to work ourselves out of that and getting into the difference between emission avoidance or reduction offsets and kind of CDR removal credits or something similar. I'm lucky because we're in Iceland, and Carbfix and those have kind of done a lot of the piloting of people know what carbon removal or carbon dioxide storage and all that kind of stuff is. So the public in Iceland is very well educated. But yeah, I think the need of it without interfering into the need of the transition of the broader part. Like it can't become the main thing. It has to be a thing, in my opinion.
So before I joined Microsoft, I worked on Capitol Hill, and the National Academies did their report on CCUS and CDR. And I remember when they came in, it was the first time my colleague and I, who worked on energy innovation almost exclusively at that time, had even really experienced a real understanding or a briefing on the topic. No one had come in to talk to us about it before. And we had many questions when they showed us the fans that put it down. We were like, what is this and how does it go? And we've come a long way since then. I think this is part of the conversation here in the United States very strongly, and a lot of that's to DOE's credit and folks like Breakthrough who've worked really hard to spread that message. But I think part of the challenge is how do you transparently talk about the different kinds of solutions that come with CCUS, CDR, and others, and being really honest about the durability and the capabilities of each one of these technologies. That's one of the things that Microsoft's program has done. We publish a paper each year focused on our procurement strategy that's very honest and open. Like, here's what we were asking for, here's what we've contracted for, here's where we see gaps in the process on the transparency side, on the accounting side, on whatever it is. So if you have questions about how Microsoft does it, and we don't address them here, we have 2 great papers from the last 2 years, and we'll publish a 3rd that very openly discusses how this happens. But being that honest and that kind of, I feel like, open in a corporate environment isn't always what happens, and so we hope others will follow us on this.
So having been in this space for 16 years and starting the journey 16 years ago, trying to have people understand that it was super important to do something about the carbon, that CO2 had to be reduced and had to be utilized. It was definitely an uphill battle. But to what Kit is saying, I mean, now we're not a lone voice, and that makes a real difference. But it's extremely important to have publics and governments understand, and not only understand the technology, but understand the urgency, and that's a real key point. Because without the understanding of urgency, and that's definitely, there is a big difference, even almost 10 years ago when I started with the company, and now, I mean, the difference of talking to emitters and potential customers is significant, and companies are willing to come to the table, and they understand that this is an additional cost, and they're willing to take the steps that are required. But how to educate the public with perseverance and just never give up again and again, and you have to repeat it 100 times or say it in 100 different ways to get the message through, then that's what's required. Because without the understanding of urgency, the change will not take place, because the change requires in some respect a different lifestyle for a new generation, and for us to accept that, we have to understand where that comes from.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so one aspect of it obviously is just the education around the necessity of carbon removal, but then when you think about the kinds of projects that we're building, I mean, the things that I see is, one, apprehension on building pipelines. People don't like pipelines these days. 2, the risk of the CO2 plume. So the pipeline's not operated safely, and there's a CO2 cloud, and that can be deathly. And then 3, with regard to sequestration, what's the impact of pumping all of this carbon into the ground, and what's that going to do to the earth? And those are things that we have firsthand experience, and we're developing a project in the United States, a big point source project in the Midwest, and those are real concerns that people have raised. There's good answers to all of those concerns that are raised, but I think that is the kind of education that needs to occur. It's occurred some in the context of traditional oil and gas, pipelines and the remediation of pipelines, and you've seen some of that in the U.S., but it's been quite challenging. I mean, the U.S., there's natural gas pipelines in Pennsylvania and Appalachia that could have a real economic impact, to the price of energy and the local economies. But there's just been a tremendous pushback environmentally. from completing those projects. And I think you're going to face some of those same issues, even though you're dealing with a more environmentally friendly commodity, removing carbon. You are building pipelines in the case of Point Source, and the people that are directly impacted and communities directly impacted by the pipelines, the movement of the CO2, and then people that are concerned with the natural state of the earth. That's work that needs to get done, and I think it will get done, but it's just going to take more education, like we're talking about, and more projects.
Yeah, we in Iceland, Carbfix has always had high level of public acceptance, and that's not something that happened on its own. It's something we've worked very hard on from the very beginning, since we just had an idea on paper, and we've been transparent about everything we do. We, of course, are firmly sort of confirmed by scientific measurements and all of that, and have throughout our development history published peer-reviewed papers. So we have over 100 peer-reviewed papers published, which we can always refer to, which is helpful. But having the science behind you, that's one thing. You also just have to speak the language of the general public and keep answering the same questions again and again and again. And even though we may still have high level of public acceptance, it's because we are still working on it on a daily basis. And so you just have to be patient, address all the understandable concerns that the public have, and just explain what are the risks, how are you addressing the risks. Obviously there are risks associated to everything that we do. So that's what we have been doing and will continue to do, and just honesty and transparency is the key to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe just one thing that crossed my mind, which is around the public part. Like, if we're actually going to scale this to gigatons, I don't think a lot of the public understands like what that actually means in like visually. Like, it's a huge industry, moving billions of tons. Like, that's a lot of ships, that's a lot of pipelines, that's a lot of, like, we're building a reverse oil industry and we have to do it in 10 to 20 years. They had like 200 years, we have 10 to 20. So I think people are like, think about it as maybe some cute, cool projects, like one fan up here, one pipeline over there, but it's real industry, it's big. And maybe the public opinion will change when they realize that, but we also need to think about the size. Like, it's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think about that pretty frequently with just the fact that, since we've been injecting CO2 deep into the subsurface, we've stored something like 400 million tons of CO2 safely without any major leaks. What does 400 million tons look like? That's such an incomprehensible scale that number almost becomes meaningless, despite the fact that it's just an incredible safety record for an industrial process. Just 400 million tons of anything being stored or kept anywhere safely is incredible. Edda, did you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to sort of follow up. I mean, yes, I agree. It's going to be big, but we have big operations occurring all over the world, and we just don't think about them. So we just have to keep at it, educating the people and showing them the benefit of having it in their backyard, actually. So we should sort of strive to communities wanting these technologies and solutions in their backyard. So that should be what we're working towards. And how can we then incentivize the communities to take that position rather than the opposing one?
I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Skipping ahead just a little bit, because I think it is a sort of follow-up question to this. There's a lot of controversy around CDR and CCUS around the globe. Not that we need it. How much? What do we call things? The best science out there sort of says that we need to reduce at least 90% of our emissions, and we can remove maybe a maximum of 10%, probably lower. Given that, there's the acronym CCUS, carbon capture, usage, and sequestration or storage. There's also the acronym that we've heard today, CDR, carbon dioxide removal. Broadly, Breakthrough thinks of these things as generally distinct, with CCUS falling inside the reduction aspects of the reduction removal paradigm, and CDR encompassing a suite of technologies, things like running tide, things like direct air capture, things like bio-oil injection in the sort of carbon dioxide removal portion of that. Just wanted to get the sense of the panelists on, one, if you also subscribe to the sort of CCUS, CDR dichotomy, two, if you do not, or maybe it doesn't really matter and it's all sort of lumped into the same thing. Or, I'll give you the easy out, which is explain sort of how your organization thinks about CCUS versus CDR. And we can just open it up. Whoever has a strong feeling about this can go first.
It's a popular question, Jack.
I mean, I think at least it kind of piggybacks on what we were already talking about. It's phrasing and terminology, but in the end, it doesn't matter because, like we were saying before, you have to deploy everything to be able to achieve what we have to achieve. Whether you call it CCUS or CDR, it's a great terminology for university.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I echo that. I mean, I think my personal philosophy is it's all the above is what we need. But I do think, to your point, you know, there is a sort of barbelling right now of the carbon landscape, which is that there's a lot of buyers for NCS, and then there's a reasonable amount of buyers for what I'll call high technology, high cost direct air capture solutions. And then there's a big segment of the market that's tremendously important, but that buyers sort of skip over. And I think what will happen is as people become more cognizant of the quality of the offsets they're buying, ethical issues, people sort of move off of an NCS and move up into that middle, which I'll call, point source carbon capture, CCUS solutions. I think that'll, create more of a market for those. But I do see that dynamic today in the market where it's like this, and if you're in the middle, there's a bit of a stigma of you're like a brownish green technology as opposed to a green technology. And no, I mean, some of that might be, that people are entitled to those views, but in an all of the above scenario and the importance of each of these segments of the marketplace, I think some of that bias needs to be struck, and it would be more beneficial, honestly, to probably just call it all carbon removal versus bifurcate it.
I think it's a yes and no. In the end, it doesn't matter how we reduce carbon in the atmosphere. So I agree with that. But it is also links to the educational aspect. What are we doing? How can we show that it is indeed working? That we are reaching the impact that we set out to reach? And there we have to make distinctions. But I don't think these acronyms are maybe as helping us in making the proper distinction in the proper context. But we certainly have to sometimes make a distinction. And for us, storing carbon in a different way than others do, I mean, we have to be able to explain that. So it's a yes and no answer for me.
Yeah, and it's two tools in we need to rehygiene how we do things. Like one is balancing the budget. We need to reduce the deficit. We use carbon capture point source, for example, utilizing to kind of limit how much we emit. But then the other part is we owe a lot of carbon debt that we need to repay, and that can only be done with direct air capture and storage or all the other CDR methods that are available. That it's basically removing the things, removing the carbon from the fast cycle back into the slow that we have been pumping up. We need to get balance back into the cycle. But it's two things that both need to happen.
It's a matter of arithmetic, like you're saying. Yeah. It's CCUS abates a fossil emission, CDR removes it from the atmosphere, and if you're going to get down to semantics, I mean that's where it is.
Yep.
It doesn't actually just debate fossil emissions, also some other emissions. So,
yeah,
but I mean that is also something that is sort of those of us doing CCUS continue having to explain.
Yeah,
but
I would definitely want to echo that. It certainly does not. And I mean, the core of it is capturing carbon and utilizing it, and those sources are multiple, and essentially you can do it even with the DAC.
Yeah.
There is so in terms of CCUS, well, I haven't had that one happen before to us, but yeah, it's not only to abate fossil sources, and obviously there are a lot of hard to abate industries where those carbons have to be captured, and whether you utilize them or store, it's vital to do that because there are many industries where you can't change the process. A cement industry, it's still gonna just in the chemical chemical formula or process of that, it's going to continue to be emits, and something has to be done. And same with wastewater management treatment or ethanol production, which is an extremely large industry in the US, or biodigesters. I could go on.
Yeah, and thinking about Doug, what you were saying in this marketplace, there are a number of different marketplaces. In fact, I think there are probably more marketplaces for carbon and more buyers than there are sellers at this point. I think that's fair to say. And Microsoft, First Movers Coalition, the Frontier Fund have really been at the forefront of pioneering what does it mean to buy a ton of CO2? What does that CO2 look like? Is it additional? How long is it stored? Is it stored for 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years? Along with the scale problem, what does permanence even mean for 1,000 years? That's an incomprehensible amount of time for a piece of carbon to stay wherever it is. And so I wanted to get an idea, not just from the markets of Microsoft perspective, about how you sort of parse storing a ton of CO2 or using it, but also from the financing perspective, Doug, how you guys look at these projects. What is your outlook on the efficacy? What sort of criteria do you use when looking at these projects? And we'll start with Bren.
Sure. We have some pretty straightforward criteria that we list on our website and in our reports each year. The three main things that we are looking for in these projects is that there's evidence of net negativity, that we can scientifically verify by our third-party scientific advisors, or that the removal is verified by standards, and that there are social and environmental benefits that avoid or minimize social or environmental costs. So it's fairly a straightforward activity for us. We invest in low, medium, and high durability solutions on carbon dioxide removal, so really all comers.
And Doug, when BlackRock's looking for investment in these, do you have a criteria that you tend to look at, or is it sort of a bottom line situation?
No, I mean it's more with a lens towards investment, right? And so when we think about where projects are, right? I mean, you have to obviously have parking utilization to the side for a moment, but the presence of sequestration capacity, regulatory framework is important. There has to be some semblance of a revenue framework, whether that's the voluntary market in combination with the regulatory framework, just a regulatory framework, or just a voluntary market, but some ability to believe that if you spend hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars to build something, that that capital will be remunerated. And then the third piece of the equation is technology. I think there's a lot of focus and capital flowing into the low tech end of the spectrum right now. I mean, the project I referenced earlier that we're building in the Midwest, that is ethanol focused, so it has the benefits from the absence of high tech capture, which is that's a big complicated process. And cost is the final one, which technology and then cost. So what's the value chain? As I think about Europe, I really believe that Europe will have a big CCUS business, but I think it'll start on the coast first. I think blue hydrogen facilities that don't have to deal with trucking CO2 to then reach a ship or a pipeline to get offshore. Those projects will come sooner than those more inland. So it's about investability for us, and it's a combination of those factors.
Yeah, absolutely. And then to the sellers of the carbon, what sort of challenges and or opportunities do you see within these voluntary carbon markets? There's billions of dollars out available to be able to have a revenue stream. What sort of things, from your point of view, do you think present an opportunity or a challenge there?
I think immaturity of the market is a big thing. Microsoft can employ scientists and stuff to verify everything, but Síldarvinnslan maybe can't. Great company though. I think we need to get to a place where you don't need to have like an army of consultants or scientist advisors to be able to purchase what you need to buy in a market. And we need to scale it to a $1 trillion market, like 5 to 10 billion tons per year. Even if we get to $1 per ton, it's still going to be $5 to 10 billion per year. So any price is going to be a huge market. So I think that is like the market infrastructure needs to get us there. We can't have. It's hard for us to sell if all the buyers need to verify that there are actually 3 grams of sugar in the Snickers bar. Like if that would be like you can just doesn't work to scale. So that's why it's so helpful to have these kind of buyers that are just investing their time and effort into building that kind of side of the market.
I agree, and I mean it's great to have early stage buyers, of course, but then we always have to make sure that in the longer run that the market is transparent, that we are it's not greenwashing, that we are credible, both the sellers and the buyers, which is why we have to, of course, come up with methodologies when technologies have reached certain maturity to validate that we are in fact reaching the impact that we have set out to achieve and that we do so safely. And just want to brag for CarbFix. So this week we just launched this type of certification methodology, but it took us time. So being flexible in that respect, but setting the bar high in the long run, that's where we have to go.
Yeah, maybe from a little bit of a different perspective, because it's not the buyer seller in terms of that, but obviously we did have to go through, and we did go through certification of the methanol in terms of the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions compared to fossil-based methanol. And it was no easy journey going through that because the methodology did not exist and it took a very long time to go through that. So it is very important to be able to be third-party certified because it's what makes an added value to the product, to be able to display that this has a lower carbon footprint than traditional production technologies.
Absolutely. Thanks everybody for your answers. We're going to open it up to the audience for questions. If you have one, please raise your hand. We have a mic coming towards you. We'll go the gentleman and then in front. We're not prepared.
Thank you. First of all, fantastic panel. My question really is to dig into the finance of it, though, and the business case. What Microsoft has done is exceptional. The commitment you've made, the investments you're making is exceptional. And that's fundamentally the problem, because everyone needs to do this if we need wide-scale adoption and scale. And so when we're looking at businesses making these investments, is there really a pathway forward without a mandatory carbon price, at least in the US? How do we create a viable business case? You can't do a corporate bond issuance for something that doesn't have a meaningful return.
I mean, if we had a carbon price in the United States and hadn't been talking about one for the past 15 to 20 years, I think it would be an easier conversation to have, but we don't. And so it takes companies like Microsoft and others who've joined things like the First Movers Coalition to kind of show that what can be done and how to do it, and to do it transparently, and to be honest about everything, every step of the process. Otherwise, you can't demonstrate what's happening or why these technologies are important to getting the job done. A carbon price always comes up in this context, and I mean, we're in the same place that we've always been.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I think it's a little bit what I was saying before. Because carbon has not been priced, we are now paying the price. So we've been behaving like it's for free, and there's been no consequence. And that's why we're still always choosing the more painful method, which is not beneficial for us to the long run. So we actually need to price it so that it is displaying the correct level of competitiveness when you're looking at a green solution, whether sequestration or utilization, but that's needed.
But in absence of it, is there a pathway to profitability? There's a business case for emissions reductions.
Yeah.
How do we get a business case without a mandatory price?
I can jump
But
in.
it doesn't exist. You're talking about a technology which costs more than fossil-based. That's the point, right? This is more expensive, and that's what we have to face. And the fact that we haven't faced it for decades, even though scientists have been screaming from the top of their lungs saying we have an issue and we haven't listened, now we're paying an extremely expensive price for it.
Yep.
Hello, good afternoon. Wendy Carrillo. I'm a member of the California State Assembly. Just for context, had the opportunity to visit Iceland a few months ago with the California Foundation on the Economy and the Environment. Very glad to have seen it firsthand. The assembly districts in the state of California represent roughly 500,000 people, right? We're 40 million people statewide, the fifth largest economy in the world. I want to touch base on some of the comments made on public acceptance and really tie it back to workforce, labor, and how we move forward with that. So one of the biggest challenges, and to the leadership of the legislature in California, we just sent a series of bills to the governor, which he just signed, that really kind of pushed the U.S. into what it could potentially look like. But some of the biggest challenges that we have in going away from reducing our consumption of fossil fuels is really also the conversation among labor and trades and workforce, something which I haven't really quite heard throughout the day, but it is a very real thing that we must talk about. And so if the public is to accept it, how do we bring a just transition without it just being words, but into a real conversation about the future for people alongside reaching our climate goals?
I actually think decarbonization is an incredibly people-intensive business. And it has a tremendous social impact. There's like biofuels. Louisiana, for example, in the United States is an economy that has a lot of sequestration capacity. The average income per capita is very low, below the U.S. average. And projects in biofuels and CCUS are going to bring a lot of economic benefit to local communities. Same thing if you think about biogas. We just invested in a large renewable natural gas business. It's going to need to scale up from 100 to 800 employees over the next couple of years. So I think there's a tremendous labor story here. It's a positive one. They're good paying jobs and they're like ubiquitous across the world. So I think that'll help. But we're sort of in this pilot or first of a kind phase in the transition, and there's just the call on people hasn't really showed up yet.
Yeah, I think that was part of the comment I was trying to make earlier, and about how big it is. We're moving mass, and that needs a lot of people or machines, and people running machines, or people maintaining machines, or inventing new machines. And it's at least for us, like we have technicians and welders and PhDs on payroll, both in Iceland and in the US. So it's a full spectrum of types of labor and types of skill sets and types of backgrounds that we see this kind of new industry driving. That makes sense.
And I'll take moderator's privilege to wrap this up, which is fundamentally, we're going to have to put steel in the ground to build a lot of these things. What does that mean? That means we're going to have to go into communities to build these. There are a number of different mechanisms to ensure these communities not only understand the sort of climate benefits associated with these, reduced air pollution, lower CO2 in the atmosphere, how that plays out, especially over the decadal timescale, but things like community benefit agreements, making sure that as these companies come into communities, there is an agreement between those operating the facility, whether it's CCUS, whether it's a CDR facility, or whether, as we've said, it doesn't matter if it's either one, that the communities feel comfortable not only with the technology, but the benefits they're going to see from it, both from a climate perspective and monetarily. And that is the job of us up here, everybody in this room, is to make sure that when this transition happens, it's done in the most just way possible, and that everybody gets a piece of the pie, as it were. So with that, I do want to thank everybody up here on the panel. Really great discussion. It's been wonderful. Thank you for letting me moderate. Thanks to the Atlantic Council again, Embassy of Iceland, House of Sweden for hosting us, and thank you to all of you for being in the room. So if we get a round of applause for the panel and Michael, thank you.
No, because Jenna has to. I think it's on. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying on. We are just going to prepare for the next panel. And then after that, we will have a short break in which you can stretch your legs, mingle and have something more to nibble on downstairs. But I ask for your patience while they are just putting up or putting down some chairs and taking away some glasses. Just a few minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me know when. Go. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The panel is about to begin.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. First, I'd like to thank the Atlantic Council, the Embassy of Iceland, as well as Green by Iceland for having us here all up on stage. My name is Jenna Hill. I am a geoscientist and geothermal liaison for the Clean Air Task Force, technology forward NGO focused on catalyzing global solutions to climate change. I'm very excited to be with this group of visionaries, but before we get started, we have some pre-recorded remarks from Lauren Boyd, the Acting Director of the Geothermal Technologies Office at the US Department of Energy.
Hi everyone, Lauren Boyd here from the Department of Energy. I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there with you in person today, but I'm so pleased to share some insights from the Department of Energy's Geothermal Technologies Office, or GTO. And I really wanted to thank the Atlantic Council for the invitation and for the opportunity today. It's so exciting to be part of this transatlantic effort to tackle the climate crisis and move us all towards a clean energy future. And this is something near and dear to my heart, in that international collaboration and partnership has been something I've been striving to achieve and to grow during my 13 years in the Department of Energy. At GTO, our quest to address barriers and expand geothermal development and deployment really relies on a holistic approach. We know that increasing our successes and finding solutions to challenges can't happen in a vacuum or with a single focus. And it really requires strong partnerships working across all areas of the geothermal realm, ensuring that we touch every aspect that can affect deployment. To achieve this, we're working with industry, academia, the Department of Energy's national laboratories, international partners, and others to conduct research, development, and demonstration across the geothermal resource spectrum, from low temperature and direct use to enhanced geothermal systems. In addition, some other areas of focus include critical materials, thermal energy storage, co-produced resources, modeling and analysis, and stakeholder engagement. With all of it, we're targeting US geothermal deployment based on our 2019 GeoVision analysis to see at least 60 gigawatts of electricity generation, 28 million geothermal heat pumps, and more than 17,000 direct use systems deployed in the United States. And we know that we can get there. And to give you a sense of how, I'll share a few key activities that GTO is working on. First is enhanced geothermal systems, or EGS. This is one of the many exciting frontiers that we're tackling. Our focus in EGS is to find innovations that will help us literally tap the potential of geothermal on an exponential scale by ensuring that we can engineer cost-effective, sustainable, human-made reservoirs. As some of you may have heard, we're so excited to have recently announced the Enhanced Geothermal Shot, which sets a goal to cut EGS costs 90% to $45 per megawatt by 2035. This exceptional target could change the state of geothermal energy in the United States and help us all address the climate emergency. We know that more than 5 terawatts of heat resources exist in the United States, but much of it is currently stranded, and using EGS to capture even a small fraction of it could affordably power millions of American homes and help enable widespread deployment of geothermal heating and cooling. So this is really game-changing. We know it won't be easy, but we've already laid the foundation for getting there with years of investment in EGS technologies. Since 2015, we've invested nearly $230 million in our Frontier Observatory for Research in Geothermal Energy, known as FORGE, which tests and commercializes next-generation EGS, enhanced geothermal systems technologies. And we're making phenomenal strides at FORGE. For instance, they drilled the first highly deviated geothermal well at a rate twice the industry standard and 60 days ahead of schedule. FORGE recently released its second competitive R&D solicitation and is planning to drill a second well on their site, and we're so excited to see what they accomplish next. We have numerous other EGS initiatives underway as well, including several to capitalize on the synergies between geothermal and oil and gas, which is especially relevant right now. For instance, our Re-Amplify initiative recently announced selections for 4 projects to help establish the commercial viability of geothermal energy production from existing oil and gas wells. We also recently opened a GEOD funding opportunity announcement, Geothermal Energy from Oil and Gas Demonstrated Engineering. This is around $165 million of investment and jointly funded between our EGS programs and our hydrothermal program, looking to form a consortium to help transfer best practices from oil and gas to advance the geothermal sector and geothermal deployment in the United States. Add to all of that the upcoming investment of around $84 million in EGS demonstration sites as part of the administration's bipartisan infrastructure law, and you can see that we are working very hard on advancing EGS research. Of course, there's so much more to GTO as well. In our hydrothermal portfolio, the focus is on expanding geothermal energy opportunities, especially by looking for ways to make drilling and reservoir development more efficient and cost-effective. We have some great work going on in hydrothermal, including a recent funding opportunity that aims to dramatically lower the cost of geothermal drilling, which represents 50% of geothermal development costs. Our hydrothermal team also supports work to improve the domestic supply of lithium, a critical material that we need for things like rechargeable batteries. 2 projects in this area include work to assess lithium resources in California's Salton Sea, a geothermal-rich site that's already home to numerous geothermal power plants. And as well, our Lithium Manufacturing Prize, a competition to help lower the costs and reduce environmental impacts of extracting lithium from geothermal brines. We just selected the finalists for that prize, and winners will be announced in the fall of 2023. In our low temperature and co-produced resources portfolio, we're looking at numerous geothermal applications. This includes deep direct use, which the US does not yet have any large-scale, fully integrated deep direct use geothermal systems, but we're hoping to change that through a recent set of studies that demonstrated the feasibility of these systems that can match low temperature geothermal resources with nearby thermal end uses. We also have a first of its kind funding opportunity open in our low temperature portfolio for community geothermal heating and cooling. GTO is looking to support projects to design and to implement community scale geothermal systems, including heat pumps, direct use, or other innovative configurations. And not only will this help the communities funded under the project, it'll also allow us to develop a set of case studies that we hope can be used to replicate these types of systems nationwide and help us reduce our dependence on fossil fuels for the heating and cooling sector. So that's just a little bit of what we're working on within the Geothermal Technologies Office. I know I've only been able to scratch the surface here, but I do hope you've gotten a sense of what we're striving towards and how we're advancing geothermal energy in the United States. If you'd like more information, please feel free to reach out to me directly, take a look at our website, and definitely encourage you to sign up for our newsletter, which is links to on our website. Thank you so much to the Atlantic Council for the opportunity to share remarks today. And I really look forward to our continued collaboration with all the international partners that might be here today. Take care and thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, for those remarks. It's great to have a reminder of all of the technology options that come with geothermal, and as well to have some insight on the fact that geothermal is still a relatively young technology in the US especially, so we have a lot of work to do to catch up and really harness its potential. So before we get started, I'd like to introduce our panelists. First, we have Berglind Rønn Olafsdottir, the CEO of ON Power. Next, we have Dr. Amanda Kolker, the Geothermal Program Lead at National Renewable Energy Laboratories, NREL, welcome. Then we have Sarah Jewett, who is the Director of Strategy at Fervo Energy, a next-generation geothermal startup based in the US. Then we have Thomas Sigurdsson. He is the CEO of HS Orca. And then lastly, we have Megan Meyer, the Senior Energy Specialist for the World Bank's Sustainable Renewables Risk Mitigation Initiative. So welcome to you all. It's great to have you here. And this is actually a truly exciting panel because the fact is the Earth holds an enormous amount of inexhaustible 24/7 heat energy that sits beneath our feet. And part of what we are here to discuss today is how geothermal may play a role, an important role, in propelling the global energy transition if we really take it seriously. So there's a lot to learn from Iceland's energy transition, and there's a lot of research underway on how to make geothermal energy available nearly anywhere at a much greater scale. So the first thing that I would like to ask to all of our participants, starting with Becca and moving on, is a more general question, and that is, what is your vision for the future of geothermal energy, looking 5 or 10 years out?
Yeah, so 5 and 10 years is maybe not
further.
such a long time in geothermal, but
Yes,
still.
maybe further.
We've been talking about that we need to act fast, so
Yes.
Hopefully we can do more in the next 10 years than the previous 10 years.
Yes.
I think we all agree on that. But I think, it is obvious, and we have discussed it, that we need to find other resources to replace oil and gas. And to me, it is obvious that one of those resources is geothermal. I think that it depends on the areas which method will be used to produce electricity or to heat the houses. But where there is geothermal under the ground, it makes perfect sense to have it as one of the options, and if it's the most feasible option, then to take it. And not to forget district heating, which is also a big contributor to CO2 emissions. So I think there's a lot of, there is untapped potential in geothermal, but I feel that, our eyes are more open to it than before. And there are companies that are being formed in US and also companies in Europe with just the sole mission of spreading out geothermal use, which is very good.
Thank you. Amanda?
Yes, at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, our vision is build upon what we've seen in Iceland. So I'm happy to talk about it with Icelandic delegates here today because it's maybe builds on what we've seen as well. When I first went to Iceland 20 years ago, I saw the resource be optimized in ways we still haven't done in the United States. So, there's electricity produced from geothermal, there is heat used from geothermal for direct use of heating and domestic hot water, but it's also used for food production, it's used for industry. You've shown us what it looks like to optimize this resource that is available beneath our feet. It's taken us a while to catch on. 4 of our 99 geothermal power plants in the United States use direct use. So we'll talk maybe more about what cascaded use looks like. But that's one vision that we have, is to optimize our resource better in the United States. The other pieces of that we heard today were looking at how geothermal injection could aid carbon sequestration. There's work around, producing hydrogen from geothermal electricity or from geothermal H2S. There's work around producing geothermal lithium from brines. So geothermal is not just an energy resource, it's a mineral resource. It's a storage resource. It's all these things. And the value chain has not been well appreciated. And so I think our vision at NREL is to fully understand the value proposition, everything from the electrons all the way to heat pumps, encompassing chemicals, encompassing minerals, things like that. And so we hope that vision will also lead to the high quality of life and education that we see in Iceland.
Not much to add that's very different than that. I mean, I think when you're working in geothermal energy and you tell people that you're working in geothermal energy, they say, "Oh, like Iceland." And my vision for the future, yeah, and it's like, yeah, where you honeymooned and is lovely, but that's not here. I think my vision for the future is really to kick geothermal from a niche space and something that is, purely recognized in Iceland and Indonesia and in Kenya as being a main generating source, to something that the general populace recognizes is actually everywhere. I hope that at some point in my career in the geothermal energy industry, geothermal is powering a significant portion of every major grid in the world, because geothermal is everywhere. I like to think that, I'm going to see some really large-scale district heating systems deploy in the United States in the next 10 years, so people recognize that geothermal is an incredible source for large district heating applications. And then I hope that geothermal heat pumps don't become something that's niche to install in the home any longer, but something that is automatically on the docket when people are building houses and developers are building developments. So I think all of that is really possible, and I hope that it really starts to shift in the next 5 to 10 years.
Well, thank you. Like you said, there's not much to add, but building on what you just said and building on what has been said today, when Iceland moved into the geothermal, into basically heating our houses with district heating, the oil crisis in 1973, that was sort of the catalyst of that. And we moved and are now, 85% of our energy consumption in the country is renewable because of that jump. And I think this crisis that we are in today could be a catalyst for us to jump into more utilization of geothermal energy globally, because like you said, it's all over. And what I'm excited about, and hearing from Lauren in the opening remarks, is that when nations like the US start pouring money into this, whereas we are a small, tiny island, have been trying to do our best, when you start to pour resources, same thing will happen in geothermal as happened with solar. And when the Chinese started pouring money into renewables, solar and wind, it actually became economical. And I'm hoping that this will happen in geothermal. We might not lead the way, but we might be a great lab. And we're very happy to work with you on that.
Great. Thank you, everybody. It's very nice to be here. So I work for the World Bank Group. We're a development institution. So obviously our main focus is figuring out how to bring all the lessons from countries like Iceland and the US and the developing world and translate that into economic benefits for our client countries in the developing world. So my vision is, I've been working a long time, in particular in the Caribbean, and I really agree with your point on the current crisis in the price of oil, that this can really be a catalyst for helping a number of our countries that have been thinking about bringing in geothermal energy. They may have the resource, but they're not sure if it's the right time for them to invest, really make that jump. So we can bring all of the economic benefits that come with that, in particular energy security, energy independence, and reducing the cost of electricity for all of these small countries. So I think that would be my main vision, but I also wanted to highlight on the geothermal direct use, we really want to see some of the gender benefits that can be translated into these projects. There's a lot of opportunities for women to become more engaged in developing entrepreneurial activities around geothermal direct resources. So those would be some of my visions that I hope to see happening in the next 5 to 10 years.
Great, thank you all. Yeah. Thomas and Megan, you both made, I think, a really great point that the increased need for energy security right now, puts us at a little bit of a critical point where this could either be, a catalyst for jumping into the energy transition that we all need, or it could be something that slows us down. So we're really at an important point in history right now. And then, Sarah, you mentioned that geothermal energy right now is seen as a really niche energy resource. And I want to start by talking about what Lauren mentioned in her video, that 2 weeks ago, Secretary Granholm announced a new goal of making enhanced geothermal systems cost competitive by 2035 as part of the Earthshot initiative. So enhanced geothermal systems as being a way to transform geothermal from a niche industry, hopefully that is geographically restricted, hopefully to a major source of energy globally. She mentioned that it's estimated that more than 5 terawatts of heat resources, enough to meet the electricity demands of the entire world, exist in the US today. So this question, I'll start with you, Amanda. If you could please share what you see as the impact of Earthshot in the US and the priorities that the DOE should focus on to meet the Secretary's goals.
Sure. Yeah, so the Earthshot is modeled after the Sunshot, which was back in the 90s. The Department of Energy set ambitious goals for the cost of solar. And we have met those goals. We have surpassed those goals. And so the Earthshot, the geothermal Earthshot is the 4th in the last couple years. There was a hydrogen Earthshot, there was a storage Earthshot, carbon sequestration Earthshot, now a geothermal Earthshot, which, by the way, is the most appropriate Earthshot, right? But we do think that it's going to have a major impact. As you mentioned, EGS technology, enhanced geothermal systems technology, does offer that scalability that right now hydrothermal resources cannot do. And so, the 2019 GeoVision study produced by the Department of Energy identified 3 major barriers to geothermal in the US market anyway, but I think this applies globally. And the first is cost and risk both happening right at the upfront of the project. All the costs and all the risks are coupled at the same time where your major investments are happening. And so what this Earthshot does by targeting a very ambitious cost goal for enhanced geothermal systems is works on that first barrier. The second barrier to geothermal sort of market uptake in the United States has also been regulatory in nature. The EGS Earthshot should also kind of spill over into that setting by forcing different federal and state agencies to look clearly at this problem. And then the third barrier that was identified in that study was awareness. And that's a lot of what these Earthshots are also about, is sort of generating momentum within both public and private sectors. So we do think this is, we're very optimistic this is going to have an impact, similar to some other government investments that have spurred technological innovation and driven down costs for different renewable technologies.
Great, thank you so much. You mentioned cost and market uptake being really important elements of this effort. Sarah, would you be willing to talk about, for geothermal to make a significant global impact, it'll need to be cost competitive in the market. So what do you see as needing to happen to make that happen?
Sure, I think as it's been mentioned here, geothermal is not a resource-constrained energy. It is an innovation and market-constrained energy. And I think what's really interesting is that there are a lot of people who are really good at drilling wells in the world, and few of them have worked in the geothermal energy industry. Many of them have worked in the oil and gas industry. And I think what we've seen over the last 20 years or 30 years in the oil and gas industry is that we've gotten really, really good at bringing down the cost of drilling wells, whether we know what's in the reservoir or not. And I think that sets out a really interesting precedent for the geothermal energy industry to come down cost curves. But really, it's all about deployment, which is where the market constraint comes in. I think when you have a real market driver, in the case of right now, the California Public Utilities Commission has mandated that load-serving entities procure firm clean power. The federal government of the United States has said that they wish to procure firm clean power. Corporations wish to procure firm clean power. Hydrogen and DAC are recognizing that those are going to need firm clean power sources. So all of a sudden, there's huge market demand necessitating wide-scale deployment. And I think when wide-scale deployment occurs in a world in which we're really good at drilling wells and bringing down the cost of geothermal automatically comes down. So I'm really looking forward to the future of seeing what happens to learning curves as we begin to deploy. I think we're in an interesting and tenuous time right now where everyone wants to snap their fingers and immediately have geothermal be the same cost as wind and solar. But I think it's really good to remember, like Amanda said, where those started and how quickly they did plummet. And I expect that we will see a similar curve.
I thank you for those comments, and I think that that Iceland is a great example of how putting your resources towards an energy transition, investing in geothermal can really make a difference. I'd like to jump to you two to talk about Iceland a little bit. Iceland is shown to be a great example of how energy security and climate security can come hand in hand. So in the wake of geopolitical unrest and the reliance that many countries have on imported fossil fuels, do you see geothermal energy as being able to scale rapidly enough to play an important role in the EU and global energy security, and why? Maybe I'll start with you, Becca.
Well, the short answer would be yes, but the history in Iceland started around 100 years ago, where individual farmers decided to use the energy just next to their farm to heat their houses. So just individuals decided to do something new, and interestingly, they heard about this potential from Icelanders that had moved to the US. Before, around 100 years ago. So there's already a link between Iceland and US in terms of geothermal. And then, so this was very nice, but then they were taking some steps, bold steps in implementing geothermal heating in a school in Reykjavik. And that was a very debated project. But it didn't really make financial sense, but it was courageous people that just took a decision, and we thank them for that today. And then it was a back and forth discussion in society, and as Thomas mentioned before, we really changed and went full on in harnessing geothermal as possible when we saw an energy crisis, when we saw something that we did not expect, that oil was not there or just very, very expensive. That is very similar to the thing that is happening today. And Þórdís Kolbrún, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, she mentioned in her speech that it would be important for the world not to forget the situation now and the feeling of not being independent energy-wise. This was the feeling that we got in the oil crisis, and we did not forget it. Mm-hmm. So we continued to utilize and increase the utilization of geothermal. So, and I mean, yeah, so hopefully there will be a parallel. I think it should be obvious, but yeah. especially if, yeah, it doesn't really matter though how long the situation now will last. It doesn't really matter. I mean, we just should do it. I mean, I know that in Eastern Europe already now, and it's only September, the public is, there's a public discussion going on, and people are thinking about just not heating their houses for the last week of September, because they're not going to afford to pay the heating bill, and it's only September. And then, Putin's statements yesterday and all that. So it's not, I think I'm optimistic, and I hope that this will push us further in the direction of the energy transition. But it's also important to keep in mind that it's a decision, Mm-hmm. We can decide how we react and how we use it, not just hope it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe if I add to that, this is also a policy decision. half of the energy consumption in Europe is heating houses in the winter. And there is geothermal resource available throughout, especially southern part of Germany and in areas like that. And using the advantages or advances in drilling technology and using heat pumps and all that, there is a possibility to minimize that risk and be more reliant on their own resource in certain areas. They just have to channel the funds and channel the resources, because like back home in 73 or in the early 70s, when we stepped away from oil to heat our houses into geothermal, it was the government or the big local municipalities that took the risk. Today, they still own most of the assets, but HS Orca is the only privately held, energy company, but still that could be fixed elsewhere, but learn from that. Same is happening in China. The new areas were being built around Beijing and other major cities, they're based on geothermal to get away from utilizing burning coal or utilizing fossil fuels to heat up the houses. So I think it's a strategy decision, it's a policy decision, and if the policy decisions are taken today and the funds are channeled, then this can definitely play an important part in both securing electricity or basically energy locally, and contributing to sort of reducing greenhouse emission.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's important to highlight what you said about being intentional about policies and influences that can really help push this, like really putting together resources and being intentional about where we are and where we're headed. So next, I'd like to talk about the research going on in Iceland, specifically the Iceland Deep Drilling Project. Iceland's been a global leader in the development of next-generation geothermal resources. One example is the Iceland Deep Drilling Project, where preliminary findings suggest that by producing geothermal power from super hot conditions, the amount of energy produced from a single well could be increased by an order of magnitude. So I'll turn this to you first, Amanda. Can you talk about the significance of findings like this, and what they may mean for the future of geothermal, say in the US or other parts of the globe?
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the question. So the Iceland Deep Drilling Project has been going on for about a decade, and we've been watching from the US with bated breath to see if we can produce hotter and deeper resources. The models say that if we can produce these resources and utilize them, that we could get up to an order of magnitude per well more power. And so that obviously has impacts on the economics of a single well and a single power plant. And so that's a kind of quick and easy way to get to those cost reductions we talked about earlier. And our interest also is that we have a lot of high temperature geothermal fields in the United States, but we don't use supercritical resources past 374 degrees C and certain pressures because of our current technology. And so we've been watching the Iceland Deep Drilling Project to see if that is a producible resource and what it could mean for the future of the industry. And so, yeah, to that end, we've been participating in the Geothermica Consortium, which is a research consortium out of Iceland and the European Union, funded by the European Commission, around supercritical and super hot geothermal resources. And we've been participating in that for the past few years. But I will say that on the other hand, I think, looking not just at the high temperature end of the spectrum and what we can do there to push the envelope of geothermal utilization, but also looking at, the other end of the thermometer, the lower temperature end too, is where the next round of geothermica research collaborations are going. So I think, the impacts of the IDTP program, which is about to drill their third well, as well as all the other geothermica programs in Iceland and elsewhere, are pretty far-reaching for the global geothermal industry. And in the U.S., like I said, we have two or three candidates for supercritical resources or super hot, and many other candidates for super hot EGS resources. And so it's really an international arms race, I think, to get to this new frontier of geothermal energy.
Great, thank you so much. So I have one more question about the Iceland Deep Drilling Project. I'll start with you, and then I have another question for the World Bank. But the first question I have is, can you talk a little bit about this third round of the Iceland Deep Drilling project that Amanda mentioned, and you know what you I know that ON Power is involved in this, and I'm curious, you know, what you hope to demonstrate in the third round of IDDP, as well as funding. So we know that Horizon 2020 played a major role in funding of IDDP, but that funding has lapsed. So what kind of funding will be needed for the third round as well?
Yeah, so the IDDP project is a collaborative project between 3 energy companies in Iceland: National Power Company, HS Energy, and On Power. The first hole was drilled in the north, and then one close to the airport, and now the third is being planned in our area. And we are collaborating with a lot of scientists internationally, for example, your team. You mentioned the words quick and easy in terms of the IDDP. Yeah. I don't have the feeling that it's very quick and easy after talking to the scientists involved in this for some time over the years. But it certainly is interesting. But we've been working on this actively. Basically, planning phase started around 20 years ago, and we are not that close to actually drilling a hole that we can use for electricity production, but closer though than before we started. And there have been, lots of technical problems. And in the third phase, there's a team trying to solve those. And pitch in if you like, because you know this much better than me. But so there are heat differences that the equipment has to go through that is causing problem. It's just disrupting, and then there's also the chemicals at this kind of temperature are something that the equipment doesn't tolerate. So the funding has lapsed, but we just got a grant, or the project got a grant of 5 million euros, I believe, rather than dollars, to look at these the properties of the materials that are used for the wells. And I don't find it likely that we continue until we solve the problem. We don't know yet if the $5 million will be enough to solve the problem. But if that happens, then the well will probably cost around $15 million, something like that, only the well. So this is the first. So it's going to be way more expensive than the next holes. And it's an interesting project to see if we can expand horizontally as well as laterally.
Thank you so much for that. It's great to have some insight into what kind of resources will be needed. And you make a great point about how laboratory testing and kind of demonstrations are integral and really understanding how this is next generation geothermal, whether it be superhot or other next generation technologies that haven't quite met their potential yet. I see the government is playing a pretty essential role in bringing early technologies to commercial viability. But Megan, I want to go to you. Can you talk more about the role of the World Bank in furthering of innovation for the development of clean, reliable energy sources? And then, what kind of environmental criteria does it use for screening projects? Do projects funded by the World Bank play a role in demonstrating new technologies?
Yeah, thanks very much. So just reflecting on what some of the panelists have said, I think that we're trying to bring an old technology, continue to make it innovative, but in the developing world, we're still trying to bring like the bread and butter basics of geothermal. And I think the main challenges we see to bring what in many of those country contexts is innovative in just basic geothermal power production is a knowledge problem, also a regulations and policy challenge, and risk. So the World Bank is working across all three of those pillars. On knowledge, I work, as you mentioned already, in the Sustainable Renewables Resource Mitigation, Risk Mitigation Initiative within SRMI, within ESMAP. ESMAP is another World Bank acronym that stands for the Energy Sector Management Assistance Program. So we support with a lot of technical studies, helping countries understand what's happening in the developed world, do pre-feasibility studies, feasibility studies, to understand what is going to be the economics of bringing this technology to their country. So on the knowledge side, that's a big role that ESMAP, where I'm based, plays. On the policy and regulatory piece, we also have a huge role to play because many countries would like to bring in geothermal, but they don't have, even their regular energy framework or, regulations is not set up really to attract private sector finance. Countries can't afford to finance this with their own public resources. So we have to work with them to develop, improve their energy sector regulations, and in particular, specific ones related to geothermal are required. So that's another big piece of where the World Bank works with our developing client countries. And then the last one on risk mitigation, I think, is really important. We have a number of tools that we use to deploy into aggregating climate finance, concessional finance with World Bank and IFC resources to try to find ways to, first of all, prove the resource. So I'm personally involved in a number of projects that are at the exploration phase, where it's very difficult to get the public sector to take on that risk. Obviously, private sector is also reluctant and charges a high interest rate in to do so. So we try to bring this concessional financing to reduce the risk of identifying and better understanding the resource. And then once they reach there again, working with our client countries to make sure they have the enabling environment to attract the private sector and then pursue private sector development from there forward. So I think that's really where the major part of the bank's role is in terms of really translating the innovation that's happening in the developed world into our client countries. In terms of safeguards, we have since 2018 a new environmental and social framework, which is on the World Bank website if you're interested to know more. And that helps us. It's a screening that's applied across every single one of our investment projects that helps us to mitigate environmental social risks and also maximize environmental social benefits.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's really insightful to get some more information on what the criteria is you work for and what the process is. And then, a follow-up question to zoom out a little further and get your perspective from your experience. Speaking about geothermal and its cascading uses, can you talk about the role that geothermal could play in addressing climate change while meeting the needs of emerging economies and whose energy needs are projected to grow substantially in the coming decades?
Yeah, absolutely. So the World Bank is focused on its twin goals. It's increasing shared prosperity and reducing poverty alleviation. So that's the framework where we look at the nexus of climate and development. We're always trying to work with countries to identify those win-win-win opportunities for climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, and promoting economic development. Noting that many of our client countries played a minuscule role in the climate crisis, and they will bear the lion's share of the impacts. So that's where the framework is really trying to identify those win-win-wins. In the power sector, of course, we start with looking at least cost development plans to try to identify where renewables can come in a least cost basis, including geothermal where that resource exists. And increasingly, we're incorporating resilience criteria in doing those, what we call integrated resilient resource plans now with our client countries. And geothermal obviously has some leg up in many ways compared to other renewable sources. So we see that this has, our work in this area has borne great benefits. Where we work with Kenya, somebody mentioned Kenya before, which is now generating almost 50% of its electricity from geothermal sources. And I just wanted to highlight again a work that I've personally done in the Caribbean, where our client countries, many of them in the Caribbean, are importing more than 90% of their fossil fuels, 90% of fuels for power generation is imported fossil fuels. Electricity prices a few years ago were about twice the price that we pay here in the US. And now they're more than 4 times the price because of the crisis in Ukraine. So this energy dependence on fossil fuels has real economic impacts. Many people have been driven into energy poverty as a result of this. And so we're trying to work with them to develop these resources to increase their energy independence, reduce the cost of electricity to help benefit the poorest consumers of electricity. As I mentioned again about climate vulnerability, so these countries are really in the eye of the storm, literally, for climate change impacts. So building in geothermal as part of their energy matrix can really help bring resilience. Just the last point on the heat, because often it is forgotten while it's actually a larger source of energy consumption, globally 40%. And only 10% of that is coming from renewables, with less than 1% from geothermal. So we are working on geothermal direct use, again, in ESMAP to support our client countries with different technical studies to help do pre-feasibility and feasibility studies, which brings in, as somebody else mentioned, many different climate equity benefits in terms of food security, helping with drying food, cooling food, greenhouse warming, and also, as I mentioned earlier, can have an important gender element with disproportionately high benefits for females entrepreneurs in the country. So in sum, we're really looking for those activities that can help go to the win-win-wins of climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, and economic development.
Thanks so much. While speaking about energy needs globally, talking about energy needs in the U.S. is also something I would like to cover. So Sarah, I have a question for you. In the U.S., we have a large oil and gas, skilled workforce that is going to need to transition, and for geothermal to scale out, oil and gas may have to play a role. So my question to you is can the oil and gas workforce pivot to geothermal? Do you see it as being able to?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's the big reason that I'm working in geothermal. 5 years ago, I was wearing blue coveralls and covered in hydraulic oil, working on frac pumps in the oil field. That was my first job, working for Schlumberger, running well stimulation crews all over the American West. And so there are people like me who are trained as engineers in oil and gas who have transferable skills because they understand reservoir mechanics, petroleum engineering, those types of things. But there are also lower skilled laborers, more on the blue collar set, who today run rig programs, who run frac crews, who run cement crews, who run measurement tools and all types of things. And we're using oil field crews out in the field right now on our project in northern Nevada. We're using a modern drilling rig with an entirely oil and gas workforce, and we're using oil and gas crews all the way down the supply chain. I think what's so compelling about this industry is that the retraining for these employees when they walk onto our site is basically nothing. They don't necessarily know the difference between whether they're completing this well for oil or completing this well for gas. And I think that's a hugely compelling value proposition in a time when we are really trying to put a lot of fossil fuel workers to work in the clean energy transition, and it doesn't always fit. So geothermal is pretty special from that perspective.
Thanks so much. Workforce is going to be an essential element to this. So we only have 5 minutes until our Q&A, so I'd just like to ask one last question, and I'll do a round robin, so ask everyone. So what geothermal technologies that we may have already touched on today, direct use, EGS, superhot, pairing, the potential to pair with hydrogen production, what geothermal technologies do you see as having untapped potential today, and what would it take to further advance the development of those technologies? And maybe it's just the wider scale development of conventional hydrothermal.
Well, I think it's very difficult to choose because, as you said, you have to do everything. No, I mean, in terms of cost effectiveness of geothermal, I think the cost of drilling is very high. It is, and this has not developed at all for a lot of time. So maybe something will come out of the oil and gas experts to try to get that cost down. There are not a lot of ideas, but I don't have a favorite. I think we have to do everything, and it depends on the situation in different places. What will be in the forefront.
Absolutely.
Sorry for not being,
No, that's a great answer. I think optionality is, it's a really good insight, and it will be important. Amanda?
Yes, I agree with that, and I think we've mentioned some technologies like EGS or supercritical or superhot EGS, which is a combination of both, where cost reductions would help, and some of the technological barriers need to be overcome for sure. But I guess one thing that hasn't been brought up yet is this idea of, outside of the cost reductions for more conventional approaches, what about paradigm shifts towards thinking little? And I think that's also where Iceland and other island geothermal systems are showing us the way, because microgrids and distributed energy resources are a paradigm that we're shifting towards in the future, and we really don't use that too much in the United States. And so I think that that's another, also cost reductions are needed in that, but also it's not just cost that's the barrier to that. It's also how do we change the business model so that distributed energy resources are given sort of as much attention as large utility scale projects. So that's one, I think, sort of technology potential that's really overlooked in our country. The second technology potential that we haven't talked about too much, we've alluded to, is emerging kind of new ways of doing district energy. So district heating systems we've talked about a few times. In the United States, actually, our cooling load is starting to surpass our heating load. So how can we do district energy systems where we meet both of those thermal demands seasonally? And so that might involve integration of thermal energy storage, which is another sort of, that's more of an emerging technology. So sort of, looking at all of these integrated pieces again as a holistic value proposition, I think is really going to be more of the solution than any one incremental cost reduction.
Great, thank you. Sarah?
I'm definitely an evangelist, and I love all geothermal, but I do have to represent my company and my favorite. So Fervo develops enhanced geothermal systems by the government definition. We really do think it is a resource with incredible potential. Just for a little bit of context, if you think about the number of oil and gas wells that have been drilled in the United States over the last 5 years, we've drilled roughly 20,000 oil and gas wells per year. If you think about, drilling that many wells and producing 1 megawatt of power from each one of them, which in reality we're expecting somewhere between 3 and 5 megawatts of power, but pretend like we'll produce 1 megawatt of power from each one of them, you get to the nation's demand pretty quickly. And so I think when you start thinking about putting an entire industry that has really in-depth knowledge of what's happening with the rocks below the surface of the earth, and you put their brains and their tools and technology to work in the United States, and I am not considering any of the policy here, so this is sort of a pipe dream. But I think the potential is massive very, very quickly. And so that for me is my near-term goal, is to just try to drill as many geothermal power wells in the EGS space as possible.
Well, I can second that, because I think the biggest leap will come from the energy industry when they start to look at us. Because compare your 20,000 holes to what we drilled in Iceland. I think there was one last year. So
20,000 is a lot.
Yeah. So just all that knowledge, all that resource, when that starts looking at geothermal, because we can learn so much more and do so much better with our resource. And one other thing that was in our title, but the cascading uses, I think that's an opportunity as well. Where we are, HS Orca, we have a resource park with 10 companies connected to our power plants with different, utilization of the waste heat or the brine or the CO2, producing, aquaculture, cosmetics, Blue Lagoon, things like that. So I think the cascading use, better utilization of the energy and technology, it's all going to help. But I think, I think that the leap will be taken when the oil and gas industry starts to look at us. And I'm looking forward to that.
I think from my perspective at the World Bank, the big thing we need is countries like the US with its scale and knowledge, and Iceland with its deep historical experience to continue to incubate these technologies so that we can then bring concessional climate financing to take the knowledge and the de-risking and bring it to our client countries. And that's going to be absolutely critical. Also on the direct use, though, bringing knowledge on the policies and regulations needed, because it's not something, I'm not a direct use expert, but I do know that it's not something that you can just plop into a country. It requires particular regulations in order for it to work properly. So supporting countries to develop these regulations to be ready to deploy this technology. It's not an innovation, but the innovation is actually making it happen in the countries where there's a number of barriers in place to bring those technologies in. I have a personal also interest in the geothermal to green hydrogen piece for countries where there's a potential to have surplus capacity, like Dominica, for example, one of the island countries we work in. They're looking at this. I don't know if the economics are there yet, but again, we hope that to rely on the developed countries to continue to incubate these technologies like green hydrogen, drive down costs, and create some demand so that developing countries can eventually look to those as export markets for that product.
Great, thank you so much. Well, I have other questions, but I think it's time for Q&A to start. So.
Hi, Jeff Epping with Enagis LLC. A question from a representative from NREL. I'm terrible with names, but you brought up, compared to other energies, traditional oil and gas and shale wells in particular, cost and risk in geothermal are key. And you dwelled on cost. And the risk mitigation, there's conversation about technology, but specifically, what are the technologies in geothermal development? Is it reservoir management? Is it drilling? Is it imaging that need to make, what's the bottleneck? And then more broadly in Iceland, you started cold back in '73. What were the policy and regulatory mechanisms and the business processes, given that this is a CAPEX front-loaded industry, at least at present? How did that play out in industry, especially as they want to say in Iceland, on a per capita basis? What you've accomplished is stupendous, especially in geothermal. But what are the lessons learned in that process from a cold start?
So we can start with the first half of that question for Amanda, and then we can move on.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. And I should, I guess, proceed that by saying that risk is definitely higher in the hydrothermal, sort of conventional geothermal space, where there's a lot of resource risk. So you spend a little bit of capital exploring for your resource, but your exploration methods are not going to ever tell you for sure whether you have a geothermal resource there. So then you drill your well, and there is definitely a risk that you might not produce workable hot brine or steam that you have just invested millions of dollars in drilling for, right? So that's the hydrothermal risk. The enhanced geothermal system proposition reduces that risk because all you really need is heat. And you still need your reservoir. You still need your reservoir to sort of sustain your engineering, right? You still need fractures. That fluid is going to move through over 30 years, right? So yes, there's a geology element, but I think it's lower risk than the hydrothermal hunt, per se. So I think that's part of it. And I think there's been ways. Actually, the U.S. In the 80s had a risk mitigation scheme that was federally funded. We have state risk mitigation schemes in the U.S. and then there's risk mitigation schemes all over the world, everything from drilling insurance to other types of schemes that really target the different risks. And a lot of the different risks are very site-specific. So if you're in a sedimentary basin, your risk might be X versus if you're in a volcanic system. So there's ways around that, for sure. It just hasn't been really something that the government has invested in the U.S. In a major way in the last 40 years. Does that answer your question?
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to the second half of that question, which, yeah, so what kind of policy, regulatory mechanism, business? Okay. We'll start with
I can start. What I want to mention, because we are having conversation and trying to learn from each other. And in terms of geothermal, and it applies both to low temperature and high temperature, it is extremely important to base the drilling on research and then not drill too aggressively. Don't do 20,000 at a time in the same area. So disperse it in space and time, and it needs to be done carefully, because if you do it too aggressively, it will be depleted, and you will, risk not getting return on investment. So that is a learning point from us, definitely.
But in terms of policies, like I said before, this was very driven by the government, and there are probably people in the room. I'm looking at my lawyers friends here that know this better than myself. But it was driven. The capital intensity was taken more or less by the government up front, and by either the city of Reykjavik, which is by far the largest municipality, or like in our case, it was municipalities around the NATO base, and the NATO base came also in support. They were actually our biggest customer at the time, that was. I would say the risk was mitigated by that capital being public. Policies were adapted along the way and copied. I think we copy a lot at the time then from Denmark, and Norway, and the Scandinavian countries, now from the EU as an EFTA country. But there were some trial cases about land ownership and resource ownership, and that had to be had to go through all the legal systems. I think the answer is it was mostly public money that went into it early on, and because the energy crisis called for it. That's a very simple answer to a very good and complicated question.
Thanks so much. Do we have time for another question, or one more question? Does anybody have another question they'd like to ask?
Sure, I'll ask one.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, I mean, one advantage that we see, we're a data center operator in Iceland, but one advantage that we see with geothermal is just the baseload capability. I haven't heard that mentioned as per se, but I'm just kind of curious as you think about the business prospects moving forward. How does that relate? How does that baseload capacity relate as you compete with other renewables that do require energy storage as part of their overall total costs?
I can take it.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, the geothermal is baseload, and that can be good and that can be bad. I mean, it can be good if your customers are also always using the same amount of electricity. If your customers are using more during the daytime than in the nighttime, then it's not as good. And one of the things that we are doing in terms of innovation and trying to make our operations better and better every day, we are working on changing how we operate in the power plant to make the production more flexible. Because some of our market is flexible, and that will save us money. It will never be as flexible as hydro, but some. And then, the time will come when we will have energy storage, and I think making geothermal power plants flexible is more important, now, because we are expecting other flexible sources like wind and maybe even solar one day. So yeah.
Megan?
If that answers the questions.
Yeah, no, it was actually an oversight on my part not to mention that clean baseload power feature of geothermal, which is critical. We're preparing right now what we call Country Climate Development Reports, CCDRs, in the World Bank, which is helping countries identify what's the path to net zero by 2050. And countries that have hydro or geothermal at a huge advantage in finding opportunities to get to net zero at a reasonable cost, in some cases even at an equal cost to continuing on a business as usual. So I think it's really critical to be able to reach that deep decarbonization, to find those countries that have the potential for the resource and find ways to exploit it.
Great. Thank you so much for being here. I think we, as we can hear from our panelists, there's a lot of untapped potential and a lot we can learn about geothermal in the future. And it'll be important moving forward to make sure that it is a very real part of the energy debate. Right now it's somewhat unrecognized. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you to our hosts for having us, and thank you to our panelists.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's the stretching of legs part of this conference. Network Coffee, it's called. but I want to remind you that we have one last panel. We have rock stars speaking about public-private partnerships, and we have a rock star moderating our only, our former Minister of Energy, Raka. And I know you will all, have a great time during that panel. And after that, if you don't have time enough to network during this, is it half an hour? Half an hour. We're all going to network a lot up on the rooftop after this with some cold drinks. So thank you.
All of you. It's an honor to be here with you and have had the pleasure to listening to so many good panels today. I don't know if you feel the same. I feel extremely energized after the day and hopeful despite of everything. And I think this event has actually been a great way to plant a lot of seeds that we can then hopefully harness over time. And I think it's appropriate to start by thanking everyone that has put a lot of work into this happening. Green by Iceland, Business Iceland, the Atlantic Council, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Embassy, of course. You really can be proud of this work. It's not often that you go to events where actually every single panel is full of good content. So a great start for a long-term journey. And it's important that we're thinking about this as a long-term journey because we need to act now. Climate impacts are accelerating across the world. We hear more and more alarms, and yet we are not listening carefully or not acting fast enough. And the situation is grave. According to the International Energy Agency, global CO2 emissions rebounded to the highest level in history in 2021. Increase of coal was the main factor driving emissions by over 2 billion tons. And that is their largest ever annual rise in absolute terms. And there are more dark clouds on the horizon. We've spoken here often today about the energy crisis in Europe, and with the recent statement from Putin, things do not really look any better. It is a historic crisis, and it is already pushing us back to more fossil fuels. Just if you look to Germany, it is already using 30% more of coals for their electricity production compared to last year. So it's something that is already happening, and of course we worry that that's going to continue, at least in the short term. Hörður mentioned here today how big of an infrastructure crisis this is, and he's absolutely right. The renewable energy transition for Europe is a large-scale infrastructure crisis, and building the right infrastructure takes time. And it is also a baseload power crisis, right? It is not enough for the European Union to build only more wind or solar. It is a question, how can you find the new source to replace gas for the future? And you can only imagine there are no easy answers around that. And there's massive need for investments for the new systems. And at the same time that Europe and the rest of the globe needs massive investments in climate technology, the cost of financing is increasing. And you see if the UK has been carrying out the message that it's actually going to be more difficult to meet the goals that COP26 promised us. And this is both talking about funding from the private sector and the public sector. And if we can't live up to those goals, we really are sending the wrong signal, and it's really pushing us backwards. Despite all of these dark clouds, there are some good things on the horizon, and we've talked about a lot of them here today. And I want to end by highlighting some of the things that I feel extremely excited about, and make sure that I go into work every morning and I'm ready to do my very best. First, if we start here in the US, I have to congratulate you on the new Inflation Reduction Act. I followed its birth. It was extremely difficult, right? a lot of compromises, a lot of failures and disappointments, but the outcome is a policy. And it is the biggest climate policy act in the history of the US. And I think it proves so much that, you know, public policies go beyond any individual action. You need those public policies to be clear, to set the guideline, so you can attract the private sector and the public sector together, so these sectors can work hand in hand. Strong public policies and bold moves in that area are needed across the globe. Well, if we go back to Europe, one of the bright lights on the horizon is that the repower plan that the European Union has introduced after the crisis focuses on energy savings. It focuses on increasing the pace of deployment of renewables. So that is good news that Europe is sending the signal, we're still in the game and we're going to move forward. We're not going to waste this crisis. And in Iceland, we have learned from never waste a good energy crisis. We had two of them after the war, and then again in the 1970s when the oil prices went skyrocketed, and we were pushed towards looking at local solutions. And still, fast forward, think about it, this is 70s and even earlier. Fast forward now, 3, 4, 5 decades later, we are still reaping the benefits of those decisions, of that infrastructure that was built then. We still have 15% left if you look at closing the energy transition gap. Transportation is the main thing that we need to focus on now, and we have no excuses when it comes to areas where the technology is already in place. For an example, with electric vehicles. Let's forget about being number 2 after Norway. Let's close this gap. Saying this since we're in the sweetest house here, a neutral ground. But my favorite part of Iceland's story and how we responded to the crisis, but even going earlier than that, is that in the very beginning, Iceland's story was a story of entrepreneurship. It was a story of a farmer that found a way to connect his hot spring to a neighboring farm, and then others did the same, municipalities scaled the technology, and then we had the national policy. And we need to create those environments, those national policies, and we need to scale technologies. And often the best way to do that is to link together the public and the private sector. And one of our rock stars in Iceland, Carfix, that you heard from here before, recently opened up that possibility in order to be able to scale their technology globally so we can benefit from the technology as fast as possible. But scaling does not only apply to technologies, it also applies to collaboration. And again, I'm so happy that we're all here today, even, hour 7, and some of you watching at home, because making the commitment to work together really is what's going to drive us home in this crisis. And there's so many lessons, innovations, how to move technologies and to the market, for an example. Offshore wind now is happening in the US. A lot of things to learn from so we can actually get from A to B. And then finally, I will end by saying that we've talked a lot about how we can collaborate together to achieve our goals here today, both in the US and in Iceland. And I think there's also an untapped potential for us to look at all the multilateral organizations where Iceland and the US are members of, and say, how can we make sure to channel funding from those international organizations, funding and resources, to developing countries, where there's going to be massive need for private investment, and where there's high risk that can only be overcome with international collaboration. So let's get work done at home and also collaborate to scale technologies and have impact across the world through public and private partnership. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Well, can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. What a magnificent introduction. In the interest of getting everything that we can out of this distinguished panel, which I will introduce in a little bit, Halla said everything that I was going to say in the beginning. So I would just like to say that you mentioned that you're optimistic and that you go to work every morning thinking that this is the day that we're going to solve the problem. And in the secret society breakfast this morning that you guys were not allowed to come into, gentlemen, Madeleine Albright, a Washingtonian, she was a teacher at my school, Georgetown, and a hero. She was mentioned. And I want to quote her in the beginning of this session. And like her, I am an optimist who worries a lot. So I think it's great to have that as the build-up for this panel. Let's be optimistic, but we have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to do. So we worry to the point that we start doing something, because as Halla framed it, there is so much to be done, and we need. And that was the gist of what I took from your speech. There is no one who can do this alone. We have to do this together. It's a cooperative effort, and that's why we are here to talk about public-private partnerships and how we can and have to work together to solve all of these challenges that we have in front of us. And I want to start by introducing this distinguished panel that comes from the broad spectrum. Here on my left is Assemblywoman Luz Rivas. She is the chair of the Natural Resources Committee from the state of California. And we were talking in the green room. And in my previous life as energy minister, I went to California with, where's Einar? Einar was here somewhere, from Green by Iceland, for a working visit of many sorts, but also to meet with a number of California organizations and individuals, because there's an MOU between Iceland and California on geothermal energy. So we need to dig this up and get it going.
Dig it up and get it going.
Dig it up and get it done.
Yes,
let's do it. Okay, one actionable output from this panel. Then we have Rich Powell, who is the CEO of ClearPath, which is an organization doing all sorts of innovation, which I'm very interested in hearing about. You know Halla Hrund Logadóttir. She is the director of the National Power Authority. Am I doing this? Orkustofnun Íslands? Yeah. And a long-time friend, and she is doing a fabulous job, I can tell you. And then we have a woman with a difficult name that I hope I will not butcher, but my name is Ragnheiður Elín Árnadóttir, so we can swap. Diep Nguyen Van Hout.
Van Hout. Perfect.
Van Hout. Okay, and now you do mine. She is the senior manager, upstream global infrastructure at the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, and is going to bring the financial aspect. And what Halla also touched upon in her introduction was it's not enough that we are doing really well in Iceland. We have all of the rest of the planet, and we have the developing world that we need to help facilitate this energy transition. And then last but not least, my colleague from the Atlantic Council, Ken Berlin. He's a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center, and a former a lot of things. For example, the president and CEO of the Climate Reality Project, which was an organization founded and chaired by former Vice President Al Gore. And he's going to tell us, has a very good knowledge of the potential barriers that we have for the business, the public-private partnerships. I want to remind you that at the end of the panel, we'll be taking questions from you here in the room. So you will have to wait a little bit before your burning questions. But I would like to start off by framing the issue. We've been talking about, and this is about the public-private partnership. So in general, and just like a minute from each, just to get your thoughts, I would like to hear about what strategies, investment, mechanism, policies, incentives are necessary to support the deployment of advanced technologies. We can talk about innovation to accelerate the energy transition. If we just go around, starting with you, Congresswoman. No,
Assembly.
Council, yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. No problem. I'm Luz Rivas from California, and California has been working on these issues for a long time. We have a sense of urgency for climate policies. We've worked on major policy regarding reducing greenhouse gases. Now we just recently announced that by 2035 the state will stop selling gas-powered vehicles. And so I think, it's a great place because we're at the forefront. And a lot of times we like to think that other states in the US will follow us after we establish a climate policy. In terms of accelerating the clean energy transition, we have public financing in California, a lot of clean energy-based, California-based companies that through what we call the iBank, which is an infrastructure and economic development bank, we do provide public financing for these projects. In my role as a policymaker and through the Natural Resources Committee, which I'm the chair of, a lot of the policies that come through are about streamlining, and that's what we've been discussing lately. How do we get these clean energy projects done faster without all of these regulatory hurdles that we hear a lot from the stakeholders involved? And that's what we're working on. We're going to be doing something next year related to that. We just went through the last few weeks of our legislative session. The governor wanted to keep our nuclear power plant open and also, sign some major climate policies, bills that came from us. I was involved in those negotiations, but concurrently, not all of us agreed on keeping our nuclear plant open, but what we all agreed on is that we need to accelerate clean energy projects so that by 2030 at least, we're not relying, that it's a form of energy that we can rely on, especially now that we go through these extreme heat waves where we came close to blackouts a few weeks ago, and it was scary for our state. And we want to make sure that these projects are deployed faster through policy, our regulatory agencies. How can we, even internally in the state, different agencies work better together to streamline this, to help this happen faster?
Mm-hmm. You mentioned other states that you would think that they would be following you. Are they?
I think so, and I don't think I can name a specific state, but over the years, they have in the U.S.
Again, the importance of role models in this business and peer pressure. I think that is something that needs to be adopted.
That's something as California legislators that we have, because we know that other states are going to be looking at the policies that we pass related to clean energy.
Great, thank you. Rich, innovation, incentives. How do we get there? How do we accelerate the energy transition?
Well, it's a big topic. Let me first say thank you to the Atlantic Council for arranging this wonderful event, to the embassy. I had the privilege of visiting Iceland for the first time just last month and seeing the remarkable suite of technologies that are being deployed and demonstrated both at the mature scale and the early scale. I think Iceland, if anyone has not been to Iceland, I suspect that I maybe was like the last person in this room to visit Iceland. But it's
This is not sponsored by Icelandair.
right. Okay. Yes, it's truly extraordinary what your nation has accomplished. So thank you for presenting that role model to the world. It is an immense challenge, and as you mentioned, the issue of whatever you want to call it, baseload power, highly reliable power, ultra resilient power, flexible power, is something where, with a few exceptions like the remarkable geothermal reserves that you have, is not something we have solved in a global fashion right now. And we see all of this reporting about how inexpensive wind and solar have become, and that is true in many cases. And yet, then why is the developing world continuing to build so much darn coal? And it's because that coal is extremely inexpensive to build, especially on a system basis. It's very, very quick to build on limited amounts of land, so a politician can run for office on electrifying a region and fulfill that campaign pledge in a single electoral cycle. And it's an extremely secure energy source. There's a huge liquid market for seaborne thermal coal, especially around the Asian region, and you can just be very guaranteed that you're going to get that, unlike everyone is seeing right now with the global LNG market or intermittent sources, right? And so that's the challenge, that's the bar. We need a like-for-like substitute for that if we're not only going to meet these energy and resilience challenges in rich countries like ours, but more importantly, if we're actually going to change the trajectory of the rapidly developing world. And that is a formidable challenge. That said, I'm very proud of what our Congress has done now in the past 2 years with a suite of policies to start scaling up the family of technologies that could actually meet that challenge. The good news and the bad news is there aren't that many candidates, right? It's enhanced geothermal systems that you could build in more places that don't already have the hydrokinetic reserves. It's advanced nuclear systems. Realize that might be politically contentious, but it does potentially check a lot of the boxes that I just mentioned. It's continued use of fossil fuels, but with carbon capture systems, and it's very long duration energy storage systems, which when paired with wind and solar and increasingly, unfortunately, variable hydropower actually could provide long-term flexible baseload systems. And so through the Energy Act of 2020, the United States has set up sort of a moonshot demonstration program for that whole family of technologies. And through the bipartisan infrastructure bill passed last year, we have fully funded that demonstration program. So we're going to spend $30 billion over the next 5 years on at least 30 major demonstrations of these across those 6 technology families. There's a lot of risk involved. It's a massive investment. It's the largest thing the Department of Energy has been tasked with doing since the Manhattan Project, perhaps actually a larger and more sophisticated effort than the Manhattan Project. I think we're up to the challenge, but it's going to require an enormous amount of work and coordination with states. And obviously, it's a thing that will be most successful if it is levered up, not just with U.S. domestic action, but with partnerships around the world, right? So how do we learn from your success in geothermal in Iceland? How do we harmonize regulations for advanced nuclear power plants with our friends that are open to doing that around the world? How do we find ways to continue to use fossil fuels with zero carbon and exchange technologies and all that? So happy to discuss any of that further, but that's kind of how we're thinking about the challenge.
Great, thank you very much. And Halla, I'm going to frame the general framing a little bit different with you because you come from the policy regulatory sector now. and the geothermal switch in Iceland was exactly about that. It was about policies. Can you go into that in a little more detail than we have been discussing? And also, you mentioned coal. There are, for example, in the OECD Development Center, where I am currently the director, we've been doing a multidimensional regional review of the Western Balkans, and to find out what are their main challenges. And we see, we have to have better education and clean energy. It's like the biggest focus of all the countries. At the same time, it's a difficult switch because the public, you have to think about the expense. And now fossil fuel is subsidized. How do we use policies to make that switch, to make that transition?
Yes, maybe to start by saying in this context, you said thank you for your contribution. I'm thankful to the people that came, long before me did and the ambitious policy environment that they created that has enabled us to reach where we are today. So I think one of the things that we need today is actually a similar policy environment that actually gets us from A to B. So, but if I elaborate a bit on the policy environment that actually enabled Iceland's energy transition when it comes to geothermal, it was, as I mentioned, during the oil crisis in the 70s, there was a large push for Iceland to look at its local resources. An energy fund was founded a little bit earlier, and its primary goal was to encourage municipalities to look to develop geothermal. And it was a risk mitigation tool because it offered loans or funding to municipalities. And if the drilling was successful, that funding turned into a loan, so it was manageable. But if it was not successful, a part of the cost was canceled. And you know, this is with so many things where you have these high upfront costs, you need to have policy tools to actually mitigate the risk. I think we're seeing the same story now in our current environment. And between 60, over a period of 20 years or so, this fund issued about 350 loans and 20 different heating systems were built in Iceland. And again, that is the success that we're still building on today. I think that kind of frames this year's second. It was such a long question.
Yes, we can come back to it. It's the subsidies for fossil fuels.
Right. I mean, I think that's a major challenge. It's a major challenge for an example here in the US and across the world. Like, how do you unwind all these interests that have actually been built around these subsidies? It needs a lot of political courage, I would say. You know, it's not going to be an easy thing to enter into for politicians that are elected for certain, when the election term is so short, because those are, I wouldn't call it a suicide mission, but it's really hard for politicians to actually advocate in some sense for that.
You at least would need a political parachute of some sort.
Yeah.
Says the ex-politician. Ms. Van Hout, you come from the international finance environment. You're the closest to the money on this panel. So what is your take on the sort of the general question? What is the most important way that we can do it out of the toolbox that we have?
Yeah. Well, look, in the international finance world, we say two things. First, we can't really win this climate war if we don't address the developing countries. As you know, in the next decade, the developing countries will account for higher emissions, GHG emissions, than the developed countries. But the good news is, as of 2017, new generation projects in developing countries already accounted for the majority, more than 50%. So that's good news. We need to continue that momentum. However, the challenge in developing countries is that what we say in the finance world is there's more financing available than projects. And there are challenges at multiple levels. First, at the policy level. And when we're talking about policy, we're talking many levels. First, at the national level. And then we go down to the state and provincial level, and even the municipal level. And then after that, in the private sector world, we deal with organizational level. So at the policy level, what the US has done with the Inflation Reduction Act is a major milestone. And we at the IFC, private sector arm of the World Bank Group, we work with governments to define their climate policy and hopefully get them to support policies that would incentivize private sector investment. Same for state policies and city level policies. At the organization level, we not only have a climate strategy and action plan for ourselves. In the infrastructure portfolio that I manage at the IFC, we have increased climate co-benefits in our portfolio from 35% to 65%. in the last couple of years. So it's central to our strategy. But at the same time, we also offer support to our private sector companies, developers, and co-investors. What we do is we provide what we call sustainable advisory support. We go to a company of either a financier or a developer in multiple infrastructure industries, and then we ask them, what is your climate plan? What is your net zero plan? The good news is there are many companies, especially the larger multinational companies these days, that are very much interested in this type of support. So we help them define their climate strategy. And then we do the data collection to define the baseline. And then after that, we help them establish the KPIs or the targets for climate co-benefits. After that, we work with them to develop the projects, to define the projects that are going to get them to their climate targets. And then we provide incentives through our financing structure. The incentives could include, for example, green bonds. We finance green bonds. We also do sustainability-linked financing, and that's basically corporate financing, where we say, here's your climate plan. If you achieve these targets, the interest rate will be lower. If you don't, then the interest rate will be higher. So that's how we provide the incentives for these corporations to achieve climate targets. Mm-hmm. That said, in developing countries, there are many challenges, and the advantage of an international organization such as the IFC is we get to work with the governments on the policy side. At the same time, we work with our private sector partners to help them advance the project. When you're working in developing countries, whether it be Asia or Africa, Latin America, there are many risks involved. There are political risks, there's project level risks. And so we have a variety of instruments to help de-risk. We have partial risk guarantees at the project level. We have political risk guarantees. And we help the financiers we co-fund the studies, the project development studies, whether they be feasibility studies, environmental and social safeguard studies, technology studies. We do all these studies, and then we also look at the commercial and financial bankability of these projects. We do all of that support to get the project to bankability. And at the end, we co-finance the project with the private sector development partners, and for PPPs, also governments.
Mm-hmm. This is very interesting, and the point that you made, we can't do this without thinking of the developing countries. And this is the debate. I mean, it's a cliche, there's only one planet and no planet B, but it's not enough that we have our everything all right. And also the narrative, and can you have worked with gathering public support for difficult projects and energy transition, and with developing, let's in Africa, a lot of the viewpoint is, listen, we have contributed to maybe 3% of this climate problems, and we want to develop, and you are telling us that we have to develop while being green, which you didn't do. How do we gather public support? That could be like a B part of the question, but if you would like to start with the framing or just dive right into this, it's your call.
Yeah, I'll just, hello everybody, and thank you. Just a second of framing. As everybody's been saying, we face an amazingly challenging task in transitioning to a clean energy economy in really a very, very short period of time. We have to recognize that we're really rebuilding almost every nation's economy at a fundamental level when we change the energy sources that we're working with. And that creates both political and economic issues. On the political side, it's been my view, and we've argued this a lot, that we are not going to succeed in this until, not fully succeed anyway, until we make clean energy, energy efficiency, regenerative agriculture, clean cars, until they become cost competitive with fossil fuel-based systems. And we're hopeful because we think we can do that. We're now at a stage where a lot of renewable energy projects, most solar and wind projects are cost competitive or cheaper at the project level. The system level is another story, but they're cost competitive at the project level. We've got to figure out how to make them cost competitive at the system level. Once things are cost competitive, we can deal with that anywhere in the world. I mean, and you don't have to worry like people did 100 years ago. You know, we've had a time to develop it. You don't need a time to develop it if you can come up with a cost competitive product today that replaces the fossil fuel-based project you were going to build. So our goal is to build a cost competitive products. Now, how do we do it? And cost competitive systems. The first thing we have to do is we have to recognize that technologies come down a cost curve. Very few technologies are born cheaper than the technologies they're replacing. Wind and solar have been coming down a tremendous cost curve over the years. Geothermal in the United States still has a ways to go to come down a cost curve. Nuclear has a major cost problem. How do we bring these technologies down the cost curve? That's the first question. The second question is, how do we do it equitably? How do we make sure that people in poorer and poorer communities in the United States are able to reap the benefits of this clean energy revolution, that they'll be able to get this cheap renewable energy? Because it's harder to build projects because of risk in poorer communities. And that holds true all around the world. How do we make sure that we can build these projects in poorer and less developed countries where financing is harder because of the risk, where it's harder to get the funds in? The way I look at the availability of funds, slightly different than what you said, which is that there's lots of funding out there, but it's not necessarily available. I mean, there are all kinds of things that prevent the funding from it. People will look at a project and say, well, if I want to do this project, I've got, instead of charging the regular interest rate of 5%, I'm making up the number, it's too risky, I have to charge 8%. That immediately can kill the project. And it certainly kills the project if you're trying to get a project that's cost competitive or cheaper. So in this public-private partnership area, and as a part of this, there are a million things you have to do to address this. But in this public-private partnership area, we're looking at the public side as how do you use the public side to bring down the cost of projects? How do you do it? Do the public side provide the incentives that we're talking about? Do they provide low interest rate loans? Do they provide 100% up financing because poor communities can't afford to put up the initial capital on renewable energy projects? They're very expensive at the beginning and then they're very cheap to run. You know, what are the steps you can take that enable you to do that? All the risk mitigation measures, some of which you just talked about. So I think there's tremendous potential here. You know, I've always, you know, everybody deals with the question of how optimistic you can be. I've always been optimistic because I think we have the economic basis to do this. We just got to figure out how to harness it. We have to figure out how to do it equitably. We have to figure out how to do it in every country in the world. It's just as important as people said to do it in the developing world. It's just as important to do it in poor communities in the United States and poor and underserved communities in the United States. So figuring all these things out is something that the public and public-private partnerships and business community, aided by help in these difficult areas where there are barriers, can really work together to bring about the change we need.
You're making me optimistic again.
That was my job in my last job.
Exactly, exactly. We heard from the IFC about the financing. Excuse me. Coming to the public side, how are states and municipalities and the public sector, how are they equipped and prepared and able to enter into these public-private partnerships? What is your experience from California when it comes to that? Are you entering into public-private partnership and ventures?
Definitely, you know, from the legislature's point of view, we do encourage that, and oftentimes, you know, we have, you know, private entities that come to us and you know, suggest ways that we can improve, like permitting and other processes that are necessary in the state to you know, to get these projects up and running.
Coming from the public sector myself, it can be cumbersome.
Yes, especially in California. You know, we have very strict environmental regulations, and that we're both proud of, and now we need to find a way so that we're not, you know, making, you know, that these projects can't be developed.
The computer system.
And you know, we have a strong environmental community, you know, advocates, right? That, unfortunately, some of our environmental policies are weaponized by local communities that don't want these projects in their communities, in their neighborhoods. Yes, like transmission, right? We've had some issues where people are trying to stop that. California is starting a new source of energy, the offshore wind, but some of that is getting delayed because of local communities, coastal communities that don't want that, right? So how do we balance that, right? Because everyone, if you were to ask those communities, of course they support renewable energy, clean energy, but when it comes to it being close to them, then that's where the support ends. And then, because we have, like CEQA, which is the California Environmental Quality Act, there's an opportunity for the public to give input, and sometimes that's where lawsuits happen and stall these processes, unfortunately.
So if I turn to you, Rich, from the other side, what supports does the private sector need and get from the public sector in order to enhance this development and move these projects to go over, not in my backyard, but more the computer says no. How do we get it to say yes and have this?
Yeah. Well, I'll just plus one on the need for permitting reform. It's a vast and complicated problem at every level of our system. It felt like every time I turned around in Iceland, it was just glorious, and oh yes, we just agreed on the permitting regime for this very quickly, and so we could build geothermal or license offshore carbon dioxide removal. Okay, so maybe it wasn't so easy, but at least you have fewer people to argue amongst it. But it is a very complex and challenging issue here. We are currently locked up in a debate about an extremely modest federal permitting proposal that's been put forward by Senator Manchin as part of a deal with Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi, and an extremely modest proposal is being portrayed as though it is gutting our National Environmental Policy Act because there's a kind of a reflexive opposition by some parts of our conservation community to permitting reform. It's going to be really problematic if we're serious about building large-scale renewable power in this country. But on the private sector side, for many of these technologies, and Ken made this point about the cost of capital, especially with the risk for these early stage technologies, they do need a public cost share to demonstrate the first things. We saw that in the first generation of large scale wind and solar deployed in the United States. Most of that financed back by the last major round of demonstrations in the ARA bill. Prior to that, we had our shale gas revolution. Most folks think of that as a private sector innovation that was heavily cost shared with support from the US Department of Energy and then the alternative production credit. So for each of these new technologies, there was significant public support all along the way. In the current new phase, these kind of $30 billion scale projects each require a 50% private cost share. So every one of those will be working with one or more private sector companies coming with a project. The federal government will be putting up half, and then we also have sort of other support that we can wrap around that, like low-cost financing. But just to come back to permitting, unless we get the permitting regime right, many of those projects may be the only one of their kind if we can't figure out how to permit, new geothermal, for example, on public lands. It would be very,
You told me that you told everyone that you went to Iceland for the first time. And speaking of permits, you had an interesting example that you shared with us in the green room. Regarding
I think it was very interesting. So we have a lot of private innovation in the United States in carbon dioxide removal technologies. So Iceland right now is demonstrating two of those. One, a Swiss company called Climeworks, linked up to the geothermal plant, which is a very inspiring project. And another one, a US-based company called Running Tide. It's based in Maine. It has a very simple concept, which is that it's going to make little buoys out of biodegradable biomass, wood chips. It's going to glue those together with effectively cement, which will dissolve in ocean water. It's going to put kelp spores on the outside and send those out into the ocean. So the kelp will grow very, very large, and then the thing will all sink, because this is the kind of kelp that I learned a lot about kelp. So it was wonderful. The whole thing is going to sink, and that will have significant carbon dioxide removal benefits. That project, again, putting wood chips together with cement, which will dissolve, and growing kelp on that, is illegal in U.S. territorial waters. That's illegal. So a Maine-based company had to go to Iceland to demonstrate a technology, which obviously, would be a very low environmental impact, if probably negligible environmental impact kind of technology. But our current permitting regime doesn't allow even demonstrations or pilots of that kind of technology. So I'm very grateful to Iceland for hosting that, and I hope that we can get our own permitting regime corrected in the US so that we can allow innovation of that kind.
Well, you're very welcome on behalf of Iceland.
We're sending lots of money there too, so
I was gonna say,
it's a major demonstration. Yeah, lots of jobs.
We just expect to be on the when you launch it. It's like, thank you, Iceland. But Halla, this brings you to, I mean, the government and the not speaking of political government, the regulatory environment can be a facilitator, and the policymaker can make the things happen, but they can also be a hindrance. Do you have an example of what worked, what didn't work in like the public-private sphere, and if you could make all the decisions for one day, what would be the first thing that you would change?
Yeah, so I think we're running into some of the problems that you have described, is that the legal frameworks are not designed for the climate crisis, right? Many of the legislations that we're working with were designed for different times, and whether it's an innovation or whether we're looking at development in the grid or whatever it is, the frameworks that the regulatory agencies are working with are maybe not up to date, not suitable for tackling the crisis that we have right now. I sometimes think if I could control everything for one day, wow. So
okay,
it's
I'll limit it in this discussion.
In this discussion, I think sometimes in Iceland we're a small society. I sometimes think that we're making it too complicated. We have an energy need when it comes to our energy transition, and we need to get that energy when it's developed to meet our climate goals. That's kind of the task if we think about it in the context of the climate crisis, right? And Hörður, you spoke about social acceptance, and I think it would be easier for us to actually get that social acceptance if people could agree on, okay, we're doing these 5 projects for this goal, kind of a bit like the geothermal transition was now. But it's more complicated. Of course, we have an energy market. It depends on who wants to buy the energy. It's not necessarily that increased energy production will end in supporting the climate goals. It depends on who buys the energy, what's the emission of that buyer and so forth. So it's much more complicated. And because it's much more complicated, maybe there's a lack of trust by different members of the public, what is going to happen and so forth. So I wish we could gather stakeholders and just agree on these are the projects, we're going to get this done, and we're going to make it happen here, and we're going to complete this 15%. So a very effective one day, right?
Well, we need to get that day on your table very, very soon. But going again to you, Ms. Van Hout, from the financing side, and you mentioned the developing world, just like if you can describe the challenges and opportunities regarding public-private partnership in getting things moving, to make it simpler, so Halla's wishes come true.
Well, actually, it starts with government policy. So, for example, we have an offshore wind global program. And the first thing we need to work with our developers for offshore wind is we need to work with the government on seabed rights, seabed leasing rights. And that's a challenge. And for solar PV projects or for hydropower projects, we need to work on, and especially in developing countries, there's a specific PPA in place that might not be bankable for the private sector. So we have to work, and the tariffs that are regulated might not make any developing project bankable for the private sector. So there are many policies in place that need to be changed in these developing countries. Coal transition is a challenge, especially in Asia. I would love to be able to, and that's about government will as well, and people's acceptance to that they are willing to transition out of coal and adopt cleaner technologies. And the challenge there, the tension there is how do you provide energy, the amount of energy that's needed while waiting for these projects which could take a long time. The second major challenge that we face is our ESG, environmental and social safeguards, especially. And at the IFC and World Bank Group, we have very stringent requirements. Some in the private sector would say maybe too stringent. And so, but the reality is we have international best practice. We also support government legal regulatory frameworks for ENS. But the reality is most private sector companies are not willing to spend the amount that it takes to meet our ENS compliance standards. And this is where it's very important for government and also development partners such as the Rockefeller Foundation, Bezos Fund, Breakthrough Energy. So I'm working with quite a few development partners, bilateral governments, to actually provide the financing necessary to buy down the cost of meeting these regulatory measures.
I want to end this round because we're going to move into questions on a little optimism. The Biden administration, what are their tools? What can they do if you look at it from a U.S. perspective? What are the tools that are going to be put in place?
Well, there are a lot of, first of all, of course, we do have this Inflation Reduction Act, which has, what, $340-something billion for for clean energy projects. So that's a very good start. In the United States, we look at that as a starting point. It's putting us on the right path, but it's not enough. We have to do a lot more, both on financing and on other things. But the administration can do a ton of things on the regulatory side, some simple, some complicated, all of which ultimately need public support to continue. I mean, a simple policy, for example, that can be very, very effective is banning internal combustion engine cars from being sold in 2035. Very simple, very easy to put in place. Whether it works is another question. So you got to do all the things you have to do to make sure that you can replace those cars, again, in my view, economically, or this policy won't hold up. Eventually, 2035 is a long way away. It eventually won't really work. And right now, electric vehicles are not yet cost competitive. We thought we were getting very close. There are all these new problems with the minerals that go into them that may raise costs again. But we will eventually, certainly way before 2035, get to that stage. There are other policies they can do that are, some are simple, appliance standards, energy efficiency standards, energy efficiency programs. They're working on all of those kinds of programs. I think at least 20 states in the United States have dates by which you have to have 100% clean energy generation in the state. We don't have that on the federal level yet. That was in the initial bills that were taken out of the bills that eventually passed that we worked here. Doing that, of course, is very complicated. You know, a bill like that could have 1,000 pages to go with it of the measures you need to get to that level. But the administration will take many, many regulatory actions that will, in fact, reduce emissions. And it will do the funding and the financing that will enable many, many projects to be built. We need, again, in the United States, we certainly need some changes to our law to do this. We have a very conservative Supreme Court. It's going to throw out a lot of things that you could have done 5 years ago that you can't do today. We're a ways away from changing that. But even within that context, we can do a lot. We certainly need more legislation. We need more funding. And, again, that's what, everybody on my side of the aisle is going to be working on over the next couple of years and trying to win the elections that enable us to do that.
See, I told you that we would end that section on an optimistic note. We have time for a couple of questions. Please, here in the front row, the microphone is coming your way. And if, just for the sake of time, maybe if you can not address it to everyone.
Thank you, Mai. Two things. First of all, regarding the fossil fuel subsidies, I think the dinosaur at if anybody hasn't seen the dinosaur ad at the UN, Google it. It's masterful. since we're in the week of Climate Week in the UN General Assembly. He did say fossil fuels were a ticket to extinction. Part of these public-private partnerships, though, have to provide ways for women, minority-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, disabled-owned businesses to get this funding, to find out about these partnership opportunities. These are small businesses. This is where the cutting-edge technology is coming from, and only 2% of the funding is going to these people. They don't know about it. I'm in a lot of these circuits, and they have no idea, and I mentioned even SBIR, sometimes I don't even know about them. So this is all plenty of money that's available, and you want the new technology. So what has to happen to have some of those regulatory criteria that you speak of include that they have to have a substantial percentage go to women and minority-owned businesses?
That's a great question. Who wants to take the ball? Hadla?
I can start by saying I think you're pointing out a very important issue that has being more and more dealt with. I mean, if you look at academia, for an instance, when it comes to funding allocation there, it's already in place in many funds that you need to meet certain criteria. I'm thinking now about Arctic funding, that sometimes you need to make sure that you're working with indigenous communities, or including local collaboration and so forth. And I will have to agree with you that I think this is exactly where governments play a major role in making sure that this is a just transition. And
level playing field.
Yeah, and using public funding when it's partnered with private equity or private funding, using the kind of regulations and the criteria on the public side to meet the goals that we want to see with just transition. So excellent point.
Thank you. Should we go?
I'll just say very quickly, I mean, at least in the United States now, in the Biden administration, they're attempting to get at least 40% of all funding to go into poor and disadvantaged communities. Not directly, it's not necessarily business related, but trying to get that money to go in. And the issue I worked on the most, something we call the Green Bank here, which is funding for that. The bill has $20 billion in funding, $8 billion of which has to go to poor and disadvantaged communities. Mm-hmm. So we are getting money into that part of the thing. Get it into there, and then again, I don't know the programs directly, but to get it into women-owned businesses, minority-owned business, an area I don't know very well, but I know there's a lot of effort to try and do that. And the training and education, as you're saying, is incredibly important and difficult to do. And even in poor and disadvantaged communities, you'll have this money out there. It's still an art applying for the funds, and we've got to train people on how to do that. So that has to be part of those programs.
Criteria needs to be simplified. Was here. There was a question from the innovation community in Iceland.
My name is Kitty. I'm the general manager of Running Tide in Iceland. And I just one comment. It's not illegal in the US. It's just that the people that look at the laws decided that placing something in the ocean for the purpose of trying to save it is not a legitimate purpose. So I think, which is like, it's just how you look at placement and dumping laws internationally. And I think that kind of brings me to my question. We talk about policy a lot, but at some point somebody needs to execute that policy. And I sometimes get the feeling from people I talk to that there's like a mismatch between audio and video in the sense that policymakers are saying all these pretty things about what we want to do, but then when you get to the place where people actually have to stamp things and put things through the process, they're actually like, actually, this saving the world is not that legitimate. Let's just not get that through the process. So maybe, how do we get from the lofty, fancy things that we say, on the top level of the policy side to actually executing with that kind of spirit in mind?
Yep. How do we streamline the process?
Can I just say a word specifically about that one? That is an important distinction, and I realized that it was broad strokes earlier. On that very specific issue, though, in many cases, you find that regulators are not exercising the flexibility that they actually have today. So, for example, the most important thing for U.S. domestic geothermal development would be for the Department of Interior to issue a categorical exclusion from NEPA for geothermal development on public lands, which, by the way, the oil and gas development has on U.S. public lands. But the same drills drilling for hot water have to go through a full NEPA review, unlike the drills that are drilling for hydrocarbon reserves that will then be burned, right? So the Department of the Interior could grant that categorical exclusion tomorrow, and yet it doesn't. And so the bill that's being currently discussed in regulatory reform encourages the Department of the Interior to take that step, but doesn't require them to do it. So there's actually currently legislation that Senators Collins from Maine and Cantwell from Washington State have just introduced called the CREST Act that would not only provide additional demonstration programs and federal procurement for CDR services like Running Tide. Running Tide was very, very helpful in developing this legislation, but also effectively requires by statute, a clarification of this thing, which would allow this kind of, would fix this impermissible use issue for our domestic permitting regime with all that. But so sometimes it's going to require the legislatures at both the federal and the state level to just step in and order things, order the bureaucrats to take steps, which technically they could already take, but for a variety of reasons are not doing today.
Could you please order the bureaucrats to do what you said?
Next year, yeah, no. We find ourselves sometimes having to do that, even though, like you said, they could already do some of this. And my colleagues and I, introduce legislation sometimes to do that, right? Because it isn't being done.
You were asking for the floor.
Well, I'm not only in the project finance world, but project development world. So we actually go out there, scout for projects, potential projects, design them from scratch, and pilot them. And then once we have a working model, try to roll them out all over the world. And only when you're in project development do you find all of the detailed problems that could ever come about. And so the amount of problems that you could face each step along the way is tremendous. And so we at the IFC as project developers work with both the governments and the private sector companies to negotiate every step of the way. And almost everything requires negotiation, even negotiating with the local communities about whether a certain project could be there and what would it take for them to support this project that over the long term does benefit them, but they need something else in the short term. So we're not just advocating governments to change a policy, we're actually solving problems every step of the way during the full life cycle of project development.
Hadla, you have some stampers in your organization. Can you get them to stamp the correct and implement the policies?
Well, I think you're touching up on a very important issue. How do you actually get the lofty goals or the big goals into implementation? You mentioned what is kind of the key here. The devil is in the implementation. Yeah. And sometimes the implementation fund is underinvested in. You need capacity, often both in the public sector, to live up to these expectations, as well as how you engage the private sector in that journey. So not undermining the implementation phase. And I really think, for an example, in Iceland, we have an opportunity to actually draw better. Okay, we know these goals, we're going to get there. What are the strokes between A and B exactly? We started off with the energy fund in Iceland. It was a pretty clear policy tool to actually help us develop our geothermal resources. Maybe we need to do an even better job in drawing these lines, and that is something that I am very excited about in trying to accelerate the transition.
Ken, you are the person who stands in between these people and a cocktail, but I want you to have the final word, because you're the word of optimism. So how do we implement all of those good ideas?
Well, it takes a lot of work to implement these ideas. I mean, I just left an organization where we spent 100% of our time trying to build public support for addressing climate change. And, we need it badly in the United States, but in most countries you need it. But again, I think that the way we have to do this is we've got to look at every aspect of the economy. We've got to take every step we can where we are today, and to do everything we can today, and then to try and build so that we can do more next year and more the year after, until we get to the point where we've reached that critical mass of cost and everything else, where we can do a very, very quick transition. And at the we think we pretty much think in the United States, at least, that we really by 2035 have to have 100% clean energy generation by, as an example, 2050, 100% net emissions, but by 2035, 100% clean energy generation. That's 13 years from now. That's going to require a lot of work, and it's got to escalate. We've got to take steps. Everything you do has to build on the last thing you did until we have a strong enough system and a economically enough system and a politically supported system that enables us to do that. Again, I think we can do it because of the cost of renewables and clean cars is going to be very, very competitive. I think people want it, and I think Mother Nature is telling us we have to do it.
The cost is higher if we don't do it. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
So would you please join me in thanking this wonderful panel? And I want to thank all of you for your excellent questions, and thank you for the opportunity to have me be here sharing a stage with these impressive people. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you all. Before you leave, the cocktails are ready and cooled upstairs. We even have Icelandic gin. But what did I tell you? It was a panel of rock stars. It was a great ending to a very long but interesting day. And Hallarind said it so well here. I mean, I feel energized. I am optimistic, even if when I woke up this morning, I felt, the world was bleak. All that is left for me is actually to make a typical Oscars speech, thanking everyone. I want to thank all the great, great speakers, panelists, the moderators. I mean, you've all been great. I was asked, so is this like a one-time event? And I said, no, this is the beginning. This is the beginning of a cooperation. We have a lot of follow-up to do. I will be reaching out to all of you. So I have your numbers and email addresses. And I'm just looking forward to what will come out of this. I was also asked, so will you be doing this every year? I have to think about that, I must say. But this has been great. And I want to thank all of those who helped make this happen. The Atlantic Council, Global Green and Green Center. I will never learn this. Thank you. You have been great. Green by Iceland, Business Iceland, you've been great. Einar, Birta, even if you have moved on, and Nótt, you're all great. My greatest, I have to have one really big shout out for two persons in this room. One is Maya, she has been great. And the other one is my colleague Ragnhildur. They have really pulled this off. So thank you, thank you, thank you for all of you who came. Some came from Utah, some came from Maine, others came from California, Minnesota, DC, and all these great people from Iceland. So up on the roof for cold drinks. Thank you.